right. Well, thanks everyone for being here, and I appreciate your patience while we're a few minutes late. I'm Vice Mayor Andy Pease, and I'm sitting in for just a few moments while the mayor finishes her road trip to get back up here. And so I'd like to call this regular meeting of the City Council to order and state that three of us are here at the dais, and that Councilmember Shoresman is participating remotely, as noted on the agenda. And as I said, Mayor Stewart will be here soon. We'll do the Pledge of Allegiance and then the reportable actions. Councilmember Francis.
Please stand for your Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. And City Attorney, any reportable action from the closed session?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The council did meet in closed session on a couple of items related to conference with labor negotiators and consideration of appointment of an interim city manager and permanent city manager process. While there was no legally reportable action, the council has unanimously authorized me to share some information with the community and our organization. The council did choose to proceed on a motion by Councilmember Marks, seconded by Vice Mayor Pease, with an ad hoc council committee comprised of Mayor Stewart and Councilmember Shoresman to work with a recruiter. The council gave prior direction to its labor negotiators on the selection of a recruiter. They have affirmed the selection of Tony Dollarbrook from Peckham and McKinney Executive Search Firm. Tony will lead the recruitment process, the national recruitment process for a permanent city manager, and assist the council with negotiations with an interim city manager candidate. And we will share more information on all of those fronts as we proceed through the process.
Thank you so much. And with that, we'll have our city manager report. City Manager Derek Johnson.
Great, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor and members of the council. And I got a brief report tonight, just going to cover a couple items for the council. The first item we have is just we have 2 weeks left to apply for the cultural arts community promotions with the PCC, which will be awarding competitive grants to nonprofit cultural, social, and recreational organizations for marketing and advertising costs related to the promotion of eligible activities and events in the city. And so if individuals are interested or groups are interested in applying, they can apply at www.slowcity.org/CACP, and you can also find program specifications at the website. Moving to the next slide, I want to just highlight an upcoming public input opportunity for the community, which will help shape key parts of policy focusing on energy smart choices and major home improvement projects. And so the community can choose from 2 upcoming workshop options. The first one is on Thursday, March the 7th from 6 to 7:30 p.m. The second opportunity is at the Laguna Middle School, and you enter through the front entrance, and that's on Tuesday, March the 12th from 6 to 7:30. And at that one is at the SLO High School front entrance. You can learn about the potential requirements like high efficiency water heaters, space heaters, and more insulation. If you're interested in the policy discussions but still want to learn more about rebates, incentives, which are a key part of the program, or you want to upgrade your home, we'll have that information too as well. Moving to some updates from our Parks and Recreation program. If you're looking to elevate your tennis game, you can do that through the DM Pro Tennis Academy, which provides lessons for youth and adults, and you can get ready to rally, improve your technique, and unleash your inner champion on the court. And so the dates for that are March 11th through 27th, and there are various different times, 2 to 3 for all ages, 3 to 4 for 6 to 12-year-olds, and then 4 to 5 for all ages. No matter your level of expertise, athletes are able to reach their tennis goals and they can race through their tennis journey. And more information can be found at slowrecactivities.org. We'll also want to share with the council that we've made some replacement of some new lockers offering some more secure bike parking. They're installed at the corner of Pacific and Morrow Street by our good friends at Slowcog, whom you'll be hearing from tonight. For the cost of 5 cents an hour, the fully enclosed steel lockers are especially used for oversized and electric bikes that provide a little extra security for parking downtown. You can use an app where riders can search for available lockers in a growing network of secure lockers throughout California, and riders can sign up by following the instructions on the side of the locker or by visiting bikelink.org. Next, moving to some of our updates on some of our capital projects. So work on the North Choro Greenway project continues with the installation of art fencing under the Choro underpass, which will support installation of the art fence and accent lighting. So staff is coordinating with the contractor to determine the earliest date the greenway can be slurry sealed. You know, we've had a fair amount of rain and some cold weather, and my friend Matt Horn has educated me on all the details of when the ripe environment you need to have in place in order to put the slurry seal down. But it looks like it'll happen in early April. Work is expected to complete in spring of 2024 with the completion of the underpass art fencing. Next, moving on to pavement maintenance and mobility improvements. So the contractor is currently working on sidewalk repairs on Monterey Street, where some existing ficus trees have severely damaged the roadways and sidewalk, creating drainage and other safety and ADA accessibility issues. And so the next roadway segment plan for maintenance as part of this ongoing project is from Monterey Street from Santa Rosa to California Boulevard after the concrete repairs are completed. And just a reminder, commuters should expect travel delays as lane shifts throughout the work zones and project maps that help clarify the work limits and ongoing updates can be found at the Slow in Motion website. You can find more information by emailing slowinmotion@slowcity.org or phoning the city at 805-783-7887 or by visiting our website at slowcity.org/slowinmotion. Moving next to other significant construction project is the Cultural Arts District parking structure is making headway in February by beginning the excavation and export progress. And they've recently begun drilling and installing soldier pile beams. Throughout March, we can expect to see a fair amount of soil export and drilling for the shoring wall. And the contractor will also start on some tiebacks and installation of some shoring lagging. Up next, the contractor schedule for spring will be the installation of ground improvements, including the Vibro Pier and the footing installation. Speaking of parking, help us understand parking rates in SLO by participating on the online 2024 parking study rate study. Our mission is to work in partnership with the community to provide equitable and high quality parking services to residents, visitors, and businesses. And you can visit at www.slowcity.org/parking for more information. And with that, Madam Mayor and Vice Mayor, that concludes my report for tonight.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Vice Mayor, for stepping in. Well, now is the time, if you have not turned in your public comment slip, to make sure you turn that into the city clerk and let her know that you'd like to tell us something that is not on the agenda. So, City Clerk, do we have any members?
Yes, we have two, Luke Dunn and Louise Justice.
Perfect timing.
Just 1 minute.
Check, check, check. Oh, that's hot. Hello, greetings, Luke Dunn here. Congratulations, Derek, by the way, you will be missed. I've also left my contact information if anyone wants to, or feel free to reach out anytime. I'm here to request four things and then a story. One of those is prioritize the most vulnerable part of our population, people experiencing homelessness. Some of the statistics say that within the last 10 years, it's actually become 3 times more deadly to be homeless. Number 2, increase the number of officers on the Community Action Team, or CAT team. There's only currently 1 officer. 3, ease the criteria of the 40 Prado Homeless Warming Center and Cooling Center. Correct me, feel free to jump in after this, but I believe the city sets the criteria for the warming center. I can't seem to, believe it or not, get a straight answer about that, but the criteria, we'll get into that in a bit. I also request that the city install adequate street lighting off of Prado near the homeless shelter. It's currently a liability due to the fact there's no current lighting on that street, all the way down to Elk and Higuera. There's an old walnut tree off of Prado near the former public space that is now fenced off from use, where a memorial placard dedicated to City Council member Bill Rollman, and it reads, "I accept your silence as I accept your love." I wonder how much that fence cost. I wonder how you would feel if a placard memorial of your efforts were treated in such a manner. How does it feel to be homeless? I grew up here in San Luis Obispo, and I can remember going to that space as a child with my father, Bill Dunn. He attended Cal Poly. He was an architect. He went on to build several buildings here that still stand today. My father was also bipolar, and he became part of the homeless demographic, and after years of the revolving door of our city's approach to homelessness, he chose not to stand with us any longer. Even after running the gambit of transitional assistance and receiving housing, long story short, I've experienced the repercussions of homelessness and experienced the shortcomings today. Just within the last 3 days, Cletus Bray was killed by a car at the encampment near the freeway of an on-ramp of Prado and Elk. This is an area where people were seeking refuge from the city's policing and constant evictions due to the fact that it is Highway Patrol and Caltrans jurisdiction. As of yesterday, people have been again told you can't be here for one reason or another that is not safe. Well, then where is it safe to be homeless? Where are we to go? When the city issues a notice of urgent health and safety threat in order to vacate the premises immediately, the only San Luis Obispo homeless service site on the back of that form is 40 Prado Homeless Service Center. But the wait time and the wait list for that list of people receiving service are in the hundreds, and the average amount of time of that wait are months. And I have so much more here, but we'll hope to talk later. And I love the exciting positive things that are coming down the pike.
Thank you so much.
But there's nothing in the interim.
Thank you so much. I'm
Bye
sorry
for
for
now.
your loss.
Louise Justice?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Louise Justice. I reside in San Luis Obispo. The last time I spoke was in early January, and at that time expressed some concerns regarding our transit system. Since then, I've received an email from Mr. Stanley of the Transit Department informing me that some of my concerns have been addressed and resolved. The only remaining issue is that of printed schedules for the buses, which he said are being processed. That was February 16th, and to date, they have not appeared. No mention was made as to timeline, only that they were in the, quote, process of crafting new ride guide materials, including booklets, pamphlets, brochures, and route maps for bus stops and the transit center. No mention again of placing them on the buses. I'm lending my support to the unmet transit needs item of 1B, service on the weekends, as requested. As of now, in our
Louise?
area, our residents have
Justice?
only the 1A service. Yes?
Are you saying you were commenting on one of our consent items or just the 1B line?
The 1B line.
Okay, thank you so much. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
So, thank you. As of now, the 1A is only running on the weekends, and it usually arrives at 25 after the hour. Sometimes it's 5 or 10 minutes late, but that's occasionally. Should a resident wish to go to the Smarten Final or Rite Aid, which is located at Marsh and Johnson, it takes an hour. Boarding at 25 after the hour in front of the fire station on Laurel Lane. The route goes to Marigold Shopping Center, the airport, down Broad, arriving at the transit center, where it sits for 15 minutes for the exchange of possibly drivers. It also depends on the time, but it usually departs around 15 after the hour, arriving finally at the Smarten Final area about 20 after, 25 after, and that means an entire hour sitting on the bus. Thus, one has spent that hour on the bus. The 1B, if added on the weekends, would take less than 10 minutes to get to the same area. If one wants to attend church services on Sunday in the downtown area or to visit the restaurants, taking the 1B would be a lot faster and the 1A would be much longer. If you truly want to encourage an increased ridership and promote patronage for the downtown and surrounding areas, serious consideration. Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you so much.
That was it.
Okay, thank you very much. I know we do have someone in the audience from Capslo, but I don't see the gentleman who just spoke, if he is out there. So at the next break, you might want to chat with one of the members from Capslo because they could help out with some of the information you were asking about. And Council Member Vice Mayor Marks.
Peace, sorry.
That's so okay. Sorry, Vice Mayor Pease.
I did want to comment to Ms. Justice, and thank you for the comments on the unmet transit needs as the SLOCOG board member for our council. I also wanted to note that we're currently updating the short-range transit plan, and that March 13th, a Wednesday at 2:30 is a joint MTC RTAC RTA meeting to provide feedback on the short-range transit plan, and that's open to the public, and written comments are accepted there as well. So that's March 13th, 2:30 at the library community room. No, it's here in the council hearing room. I'm kind of looking around, seeing if anybody's nodding, but yes, I'm pretty sure that's right. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, this is definitely a challenge with the distance. Councilmember Francis.
Follow up on Vice Mayor Pease's comments and ask if we had any update on when or if printed schedules might become available.
City Manager Johnson.
Mayor and Councilmember Francis, let me invite Public Works Director Horn up. He might have some additional information about both schedules and some of the materials that we have at our bus stops.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, we did receive feedback in January that we needed printed schedules. I need to follow up with our staff to see exactly where we're at with it. I know it's part of a larger effort, but we need to get that material out. And just something for council's consideration, I know you guys know this already, is right now we need to get our drivers, we need to increase the wages that we provide our drivers and get more drivers so we can provide a higher level of service to the community. And that's our primary thing right now. So, thank you.
Thank you for that. I know we don't have enough buses if we don't have enough drivers to get to people, and at the same time, 1 hour is really challenging to get around our community, so thank you. Well, before we jump into the consent items, we don't have an official proclamation, but I just wanted to say Happy Women's History Month. This is the month that is designated for Women's History Awareness, and President Biden, as most presidents have for many years now, have identified all of the many women throughout history that have been not usually in our shoes, actually, and been able to actually go through the activist work that it takes to get parity and get women into positions and into voting and into jobs and get into eventually equity pay. These are all things that we're still fighting for, which is kind of wild. But at the same time, just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention, and maybe at the next meeting there'll be something more, but just wanted to just say it really briefly. So moving into consent items, is there anything that my colleagues would like to pull? Councilmember Marks.
I don't want to pull, but I do have a comment on 6C, zero emission bus rollout plan adoption. I just think it's wonderful that we're moving toward a zero emission bus fleet, and hopefully, I appreciate Ms. Justice's comments. Hopefully, we will keep seeing improved ridership. So I would like to move the consent agenda when the moment is right.
Great, thank you. Do we have any public comments, City Clerk?
No, we do not.
Okay, Councilmember Francis.
Happy to second that.
Great, I would like to echo Councilmember Marks. I really am pleased that we are continuing to move forward on our zero emission bus rollout plan adoption. The more that we look at how do we, of course, one, get people onto the buses and get them around our communities smoothly, but also that we're constantly looking at how do we get our climate action plan moving forward, and the staff does that quite well, so.
Excuse me, Mayor Stewart? Just
Yes,
wanted
sorry, I didn't see
to-
your hand.
That's okay. Just wanted to pull 6B for a quick clarification on the draft minutes.
Sounds good, we can pull that. So we'll move forward with 6A, 6C, and 6D. Is that a friendly amendment?
Yes. So moved, all except 6B.
And will the seconder accept 6B?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Can we have a roll call?
Councilmember Marks? Yes. Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pease?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, on 6B, let's see, it's the notes from the study session on the fee study. There's a list of things that we provided direction and guidance on, and one of them was phasing increases. And my recollection was that we were in favor of potentially phasing increases for some fees, but just the way it was written, just phasing increases, it seems more definite than what I was perceiving the conversation to be, that there might be some fees that would be appropriate to increase, but not necessarily all of them. And so I just wanted to ask if that was everybody's interpretation of that, or maybe we should add a couple words just to clarify, like consider phasing increases or something like that.
Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I would agree with Councilmember Shorsman's assessment of our discussion last Tuesday. So maybe phasing increases where appropriate might be a better wording there.
I'm comfortable with that. I took all of the bullets within that section as a suggestion, but I'm comfortable making that more clear.
Sure.
Sounds like Councilmember Marks is agreeing.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you want to make a motion, Councilmember Shorsman or Francis or Marks?
Are you calling on me? Okay.
I'll go ahead and move approval with Councilmember Francis's recommended language change to the draft minutes.
Okay, and I'll second it.
Okay, can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks? Yes. Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pease?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Councilmember Shorsman, for bringing that to our attention. So now we'll move forward with the first business item, which is the SLOCOG on this countywide self-help transportation investment plan, and Transportation Manager Luke Schwartz, James Worthley, Deputy Director for SLOCOG. And I didn't know, Vice Mayor Pease, would you like to add anything to kind of introduce this item as the SLOCOG member?
Just to welcome James Worthley as our from SLOCOG and who's been working super closely with our entire team and the board overall. We've had a couple of updates here over the past few months about this particular item, and I look forward to the presentation.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council. I'd like to kick this item off. It was one, thanking SLOCOG for coming out tonight to talk about the tax measure. And who better than SLOCOG, James Worthy, and Luke Schwartz for transportation manager to talk about transportation in our region. Mr. Worthy has about a 10-minute presentation, 30-minute item in total. So have fun.
All right, thank you all. Get the hang of this one of these days. Madam Mayor, Council, thank you. Briefly, again, the item before you tonight is a presentation from James Worthley with SLOCOG on a potential transportation sales tax measure that's being considered by the Council of Governments for the November ballot. The only recommendation tonight is to receive the presentation and materials and provide questions and feedback. One thing I want to point your attention to is council agenda correspondence that was provided earlier today, just clarifying that we're inviting questions and feedback on the item. And one of the components, that's attachment A, is the draft transportation investment plan, is that tonight is your night to provide feedback and questions on that particular component of this item. There is a potential that we'd be coming back in May with further action on the measure as a whole, but looking for feedback now to finalize the investment plan ahead of that date. With that, I'll transition this to Mr. Worthley to lead the presentation. Thanks.
Good afternoon, good evening, members of the council. My name's James Worthley. I am the Deputy Director at SLOCOG, the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments. James Worthy was the former Laker great. I could only aspire to shoot and jump like him. So SLOCOG is your regional transportation planning agency. We work with the 7 cities in the county. Our board has 12 elected officials, 1 from every city, and Councilmember Pease is our current president. We are, how do we show the slideshow? I'm coming right behind you. That's all good. Nothing missed here, I promise. We're focused primarily on transportation, and we connect our communities using federal and state funds and allocating them out to our local cities and jurisdictions. We plan for a future that has a total population adding over 40,000 new people in the coming couple of decades. The purpose for this presentation is that transportation funding is falling short. It's not going to be fixed at the state or federal levels. We need a new, stable local funds to address the transportation needs of our present and future, or we will continue down the current pothole path that we've been on for decades. Looking at our adopted regional transportation plan in 2023, we found all investment areas have needs that cannot be met with existing state, federal, or local funds. The shortfall has already begun, and every year we fall further behind. Some will ask why the shortfall. Let's talk gas tax. In the 70s, 80s, and 90s, we saw more people, more cars, more gallons consumed, which fed the fuel tax, which paid to maintain and improve transportation. The last 2 decades brought hybrids and fuel efficiencies and conservation, and more recently, electric vehicles. Cars are traveling further and paying less in fuel tax or nothing at all. This is not a blip, but a downward trend that will continue. In 2023 alone, 25% of all new cars purchased were electric vehicles. Let's hit some of the misperceptions head on. Some will say the gas tax will repair our roads. It doesn't, it won't. The gas tax goes up every year for inflation purposes. It still won't fix our roads, even with that increase. The state will reprioritize our needs. No, it's not going to do that. Local funding will be reprioritized to our roads. That's a maybe or maybe not. Depends on your city council and other city councils around our region and what the other priorities that are competing for those funds is. Caltrans will fund all of our 101 improvements. Well, they've done 2 major ones in 25 years, or I could say 2 major ones in 50 years because I didn't go back further. Electric vehicles pay an average amount for road repairs. That's not even close. Or the state's going to change something, fill in the blank, BMT, tire tax, I don't know what. It's not going to fix everything, not locally at all. So looking at road maintenance, SLO's doing great. With a PCI of 70, you're leading the region with your road conditions. That's not to say you don't have some issues. I still hear Tank Farm popping up. I still hear Palm Street rough. I hear other roads. But on average, I've got to give you kudos. You're doing the best. Other areas are on trends that aren't going in the right direction or aren't moving fast enough in the right direction. Talking about 101, I mentioned 25 years ago, we got our first 101 grant from the state, and that was to fix the Cuesta grade. Here we are in 2024. Last year, we received another big grant to do a small stretch, southbound 101 in Shell Beach, part-time, small section. And that's now short of the total need for it, and we're only 6 months past that award. North County is seeing higher peak hour volumes than South County has currently. There's no funds set aside for the North County for fixing 101. There's no funds set aside for additional fixes in the South County. There's no funds to improve the many interchanges and crossings that look much like they did 60 years ago when they were first built. Can we really wait another 25 years to fix the next spot on 101? Now, 89% of Californians in 25 counties have figured it out. They have a dedicated sales tax for transportation. This includes all of our neighbors on the Central Coast. We do not, we're falling behind. Our neighbors get the same federal and state allotments that we receive, and they add to that by $25 million, $35 million, and $50 million every year. Then they turn around and use that money to leverage hundreds of millions of dollars out of the state and federal governments back to their regions. To be clear, back when the measure lost in 2016, we didn't lose out just on $30 million a year over 7 years, or $210 million over that 7-year period. We lost out on $400 million because we could have been leveraging funds back to our region. What's the drawbacks? Well, there's a half-cent sales tax. There's a cost to that. It costs 50 cents per $100 on taxable items, but there is no sales tax on housing, utilities, prescriptions, groceries, or services. It amounts to about $2.30 or less per week for the median income. If approved by the voters, this draft plan would generate $35 million a year, reclaim nearly $1 million each year from Sacramento, and qualify us to gain back at least our fair share of taxes paid, between $40 and $50 million each year. We'd collect a one-time bonus from the state of $4 to $5 million. It speeds up project delivery, which reduces project costs that seem to increase every year. And eventually projects just die due to the expense and excessive cost. There'd be many safeguards included, an audit, an oversight committee just like the cities have. This tax would also be paid by our tourists. Right now, all's in draft form, and we're looking for changes from you on this plan. So let's dig into that draft plan. This is the draft local road repair and transportation safety investment plan. In February, the SLOCOG board reviewed this and identified that to be fair and understandable in its distribution, we should split the funding up region-wide through some basis. We did that through population. So using 4 subregions, we identified the North County, North Coast, Central County, and South County, and identified those populations within those regions. 35% of the population lives in the North County, 35% of the money would go to the North County. 22% in the Central County, 22% of the funds would come to the Central County area. The total funding is distributed by subregion. Then within each subregion, a population share is used to distribute to the cities and unincorporated county areas and communities. One tweak was made to that formula by adding $3 million to the 4 smallest cities, but that comes from their subregion only. It does not affect the Central County subregion. Okay, so we're going to focus on the Central County and San Luis Obispo City, but let's give a full picture here. All regions have similar but tailored investments for their cities and communities. In the North and South County subregions, there's a higher desire for regional road safety 101 improvements than there is for mobility for all. In the North Coast, you see a more balanced picture between regional road safety and mobility for all. And in the Central County, that mix is also pretty well balanced. But focusing now on Central County and the city, based on population, a voter-approved measure would put $154 million unescalated, no grants, into transportation for the Central County area. 66% of that goes for local improvements, with San Luis Obispo getting the lion's share within the Central County, because again, it's based on population. 34% would go for regional improvements. The draft investment plan has a list of specific improvements and improvement types. 2 categories are shown here. One for road repairs and one for community road safety and congestion improvements. Specific callouts were generated from input from surveys, a focus group, community group presentations, and city staff. Each city is now given the opportunity to review or change the priorities to provide additional guarantees, like designing a guaranteed amount or percentage to one or more investment types or specific improvements even, or simply to shift the funding targets from one improvement type to another. If you're thinking, how can we leverage more dollars? Leveraging more dollars comes for community road safety and congestion improvements. It doesn't come toward road repairs from the state and federal governments. Then there's regional projects. So here we see $77 million for San Luis Obispo City. That's not all. Now there's regional road improvement projects. Just for the Central County, we're talking $52 million. Again, how much money is going to go to the city of San Luis Obispo? Very likely the lion's share. Can't say for certain, but you are the single city in the Central County. Our expectation would be that the city would gain its fair share at least, if not more. And these funds, as well as some of your local funds, could be used to leverage grant funding back from Sacramento. And by growing the pie of funding for transportation in our entire region, it frees up regular SLOCOG dollars for other competing priorities. Now again, the ask today is to review your city section and improve upon it. Together with your local measure, Local Roads First is how SLOCOG can help deliver your needed improvements. LocalRoadsFirst.com is the website that we have, and I encourage your listening public to go check it out. Our draft plan is up there. They can provide feedback also. Ideally, the feedback needs to come from the City Council to make significant changes, of course. In May, if the SLOCOG board approves the final investment plan, it will come back to you for a decision to approve it as well. That would allow voter consideration, and if they approve it, would guarantee millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars for our local priorities. And it would help to capture hundreds of millions of dollars of large state and federal grants. Or at that point in time, city councils can deny it, confident that a unicorn will arrive and fund today's problems and issues. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I just have one really quick question. Did you have any, beyond like the SLOCOG board, any like focus groups or anything that shared why they would say yes to this tax?
Yes, we did have 4 focus groups, one for each subregion, one just in the Central County alone. We held that focus group over across the street in the library room. As to why they'd support the tax. I'm trying to recall if there was a specific question. What we were looking for was what would they support? What is needed? And what was needed was generally what fell onto these pages.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Marks?
Yeah, I'm interested in why you chose population as the metric when what we're talking about is road improvements. And as everybody knows, there's a lot of commuting to our city and away from our city every day, especially during the week. So why wasn't road usage in some way the metric as opposed to population? Because we've been working hard so that people don't necessarily have to commute to go to work. They can live here and work here. So
why that one?
The other,
Yes.
the people, a lot of the people who are wearing the roads out are not people who live here. So there's my question.
It's a challenge to put together a measure like this. It's region-wide and covers 8 jurisdictions and another 10 or so unincorporated communities. A measure like this requires 2/3 to pass. There needs to be something for everybody. If Commuters are coming in from Santa Margarita to San Luis Obispo. They're impacting your streets. But they hope and expect that San Luis Obispo will take care of their streets and that they will see something in their neighborhoods and in their communities as well. Not to the same degree in terms of population basis, because Santa Margarita is much smaller than San Luis Obispo, but making sure there's something out there in every community is critical to try to reach to a 2/3 election and support. Other communities have asked similar questions, not focused on more commuters are coming here, but some focused on our roads are in worse shape. Shouldn't that be a consideration? Shouldn't we get more money? Communities say, we have more tourists than we have population. Shouldn't we get more money? If we say yes to all of them, we need a 4% tax to get there and give everybody what they want. Now, the key is fair and understandable. The average person's going to say, how many people live in my neighborhood, community, subregion? Are we getting that fair share of money? To do the math on how many road miles does everybody have, they start to lose track of, well, okay, this is a third, and this is weighted a quarter, and this is weighted this way. All of a sudden, they realize, I don't know if this makes sense or not. So clear and concise.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Schwarzman, any questions? Okay. All right, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, we had a lot of correspondence about specific projects that were mentioned on here about specific to our city. And I was wondering if you could maybe talk to us a little bit about how the funding allocation for these specific projects that were listed on there play into our local priorities and how that changes how we approach our CIP in the city. That might be a staff question.
I know. Who wants to do that?
Sure. So as James mentioned, the draft project list is driven based on the input they've been getting through focus groups of what the community thinks are their most important needs. Also, based on the project priorities that we've identified in guiding the regional transportation plan. And then staff has also had a chance to provide initial comment through our through participation in this LOCOG TAC to make sure that the projects that are listed aren't like already funded, or some of them are like recently complete, which is like, yeah, we're actually hitting the priorities that people want to see built, and that the others are aligned with the priorities that we've adopted through like the current pavement management plan, through the ATP, or through our safety programs. I defer to James on more specifics, looking ahead if this was to move forward with how the final investment plan would be finalized and what the process would be moving forward to continue to align priorities over the course of the 20-year period of the measure.
Excellent. I think that's really helpful for just contextualizing when people see this list of projects. It can get kind of exciting to, we're going to potentially fund this if this passes. So kind of understanding how it all fits in.
So this is different than a half-cent sales tax that the city passes for general purposes. Every year or 2 years, you get together and go, where should we spend? How do we spend this? That's not what happens with this. This is a contract with the voters. What's in here is what's delivered. In some ways, that's great. In some ways, that's problematic, because if you are so tight and you promised money to a project that then disappears, we're going to have to find some way to deal with that, and that's a big problem. I would suggest a first change would be to add and other local roadways or other local streets to your list of road repairs. Simply saying the 3-4 biggest streets, that's great, it's important, but does that lock you into just those 3 or 4 streets? I don't want to lock you into just those 3 or 4, because once they're great, you might not need to come back there every 2 years with the money you're receiving. The other piece that is often forgotten here is some projects take a long time to develop. The Shell Beach streetscape, or Shell Beach highway improvement has been in the works for a decade and a half that we've been talking about it and planning for it. Because there's no funding, it doesn't move forward fast. If there's funding, it could have moved faster, but a highway improvement is more complicated than a safe route to school. It's more complicated than road maintenance. It's more complicated than bike lanes. Those can move faster. So if highway improvements, regional improvements take longer, that means other things can move up in the time frame and go quicker. That would be up to something that's more like a capital improvement program looking out 5 to 7 years to figure out who's and where the money's going to land first based on timeframes of all the projects that are in there.
I really appreciate that clarification.
Thank you so much. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Councilmember Shorsman.
Thank you. That did spark one question, and maybe this is kind of what you were just saying, but for example, if there's something on this list, like just to make it concrete, a concrete example, Foothill or safe routes to schools around Sinsheimer School, something that either has been recently completed or had significant work done, or something that might be eligible for grant funding, and we're able to secure grant funding for that particular project. Does that mean that that can be swapped out for something else, or that you are proposing to add some sort of clause at the bottom that says, or other projects as prioritized?
So it comes down to how detailed you want to be. In that plan right now, you see bold numbers and you see non-bold numbers. So $102 million for local projects, $77 million for San Luis Obispo. These are, the $77 million is guaranteed coming to the city for the purposes below. Then you see these non-bold numbers, $37 million, $40 million. That's pretty squishy in my opinion. If you wanted to guarantee more funds for one category or another category, we need to make those bold. You want to say, just lock in $37 million for road maintenance, and that's what it's going to be, or essentially 50% of your local pot is going to road maintenance. We could lock that in, guarantee the voters this much is going there, leaving this much for this longer list of things. So the longer list of things, you mentioned Foothill safety improvements, because that's part of the $40 million. If a grant were to be received that funded 80% of it from the state, great. That project's dollars would then float up or down to one of the other bullets still within that. If you put down, I don't know if the cost is $20 million for Foothill improvements, but if it's $20 million, you put it down, we're going to spend $20 million on Foothill and make it bold and lock it in. You're going to spend $20 million on Foothill from this plan, whether or not you get $15 million from the state. So it's a challenge. There's a lot of things that are a challenge with this.
Thank you. So basically those numbers are, that 40 million is for that entire category, so it can be moved around between those.
Within those, it can be moved around even depending on council decisions at this point in time, because they're not bold. That 40 million could float all the way up into the 37 and just be $77 million worth of road repairs. That's how we need to draft an ordinance that's going to lay out this. So far, nobody said, yes, let's make it a little more concrete. But again, you're the first city council I've talked with. If you guys want to make sure that you have more opportunity or less opportunity to go after those state grants with community betterments, now's the time to lock it in. But that also ties hands for the future as well.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Sorry, thank you. And I guess going back to that, if you just stuck with the 77 million bold and didn't put either of the others bold, then it gives you that variety or that ability to move it around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, just kind of a follow-up on the discussion that we're having right now around the specificity of the language around each one of the projects. So what I'm hearing is the more specific we are, that locks in that the funding for that particular project and potentially makes it more likely that we're going to focus on that, but keeping the language vague on the project. So for example, Prado Road improvements, I know we have specific plans on what's going to happen there, but if those plans changed over time, the vagary of the language gives us the option to still allocate the funds because we haven't locked ourselves in. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for all that clarification. Appreciate that. Any city clerk, any public comment?
Yes, we have 3. Leah Brooks, Yiming Liu, and then Hans Hirschberger.
Thank you. We cannot hear you yet. Hold on one second. We're getting the clock ready.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Hi, I'm Leah Brooks. I'm a resident of San Luis Obispo. I came tonight to hear James' presentation. I supported the 2016 measure and was disappointed that it came so close to passing, but didn't. And I'm hoping voters will have the opportunity to weigh in on another measure in November. You know, the city of San Luis is making so many positive changes to our transportation system. And, you know, as a bicyclist and a pedestrian, it's just wonderful to be protected from some of these motorists. Like today, I was riding over to Cal Poly, and here's a woman, she's texting, and she has a big bottle of a glass bottle of chocolate milk. And she's guzzling it, and I'm going, oh my God, she's not paying attention. She could wipe out all kinds of folks. And that's just one example that happens over and over and over again. So I know on our city, to me, the biggest barrier right now is the east-west connectors, and the fact that we have no decent east-west connectors between South Higuera and Broad Street, and we have thousands and thousands of new residents who we can't expect them to ride their bikes because they're scared. So I'm happy to see that they're on this list, and there's many other great projects countywide. So I'm just looking forward to seeing the discussion in every community in the county, and that we actually get this on the ballot and have an opportunity to vote. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Yiming Luo, our first year CRP at Cal Poly. I live in San Mateo County. Well, at my parents' house, I live in San Mateo County, and San Mateo County is a self-help county with CCAG. In 2022, they spent $581 million of that self-help tax on highway widening, and it didn't help one bit. And I don't want to see this kind of tragedy play out here in SLO as well. I appreciate the active transportation funding, but when I'm reading the RTP and the presentation, they keep on talking about congestion improvements, highway corridor improvements. It sounds like a euphemism for like highway widening, and I don't want to see that happen. If this were to get my kind of unanimous support, I would want to see guardrails to prevent kind of like money pit highway funding where we just fund, and it doesn't really help congestion. I think active transportation and mass transportation funding has much more like bang for our buck. You know, these quick build projects, pilot projects that we can implement within our city. I know last week the active transportation committee met, and there were I read through the public comment, and there was a lot of positive comment about the road diet on Johnson and how a lot of parents thought that it was much safer to take their elementary school kids to school and walk them to school. And I want to see more of that. And considering that Slowcog said the funding is still a little squishy, I would want to see more projects about active transportation, mass transportation bolded rather than kind of congestion improvements. And it would be good if we could get a clarification on those congestion improvements, because I read the RTP and it was in the parentheses and it said lanes, van pools, buses, and a whole kind of list of stuff. So if we could get a clarification on that and kind of bold and promote active transportation funding, which is much more bang for our buck, I think this would be a great tax. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hans Hirschberger, and that's our final speaker.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I didn't think I was going to speak tonight, but I found myself concerned about the lack of safety rails in this measure, as was just mentioned. It is undeniable that our car infrastructure is failing, and we find ourselves at a crossroads. Do we want to continue this cycle of investment in costly and inefficient infrastructure that brought us here, or do we want to think about things even better? We need to begin to think of our roads as liabilities and the developments that they connect as assets. If the developments on a road do not pay for the maintenance of that road, it is a bad investment. We double down on this when we widen our roads and our highways that are already bad investments. What's worse, due to things such as induced demand, which is a well-studied thing in transportation, when we make our roads wider and in a way easier to use, we often make congestion worse. So let's focus this self-help funding on investing in robust regional mass transit, putting guardrails on highway expansion, and building an environment that pays for its infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now moving back to the council for deliberation or questions. Vice Mayor Pease.
Thank you so much. Thanks for a great presentation. And I know you're running all over the county making these, so I appreciate that. Before I do have a couple of comments, but I would appreciate the public speakers and congestion relief. We've talked about this and kind of the different forms that there's kind of a consensus from our highway system that with some very specific exceptions that basically no more road widening is the on freeways at this point. So I wanted to, one, have you confirm that that's a reasonable understanding, and also just that congestion improvements can include like roundabouts as a way, and safer exiting patterns, and turn lanes, all those kinds of things that work for buses and bikes, improve safety overall. Can you just maybe touch on that, either one of you?
Hit on all of them. So the concerns about widening
and
101.
Briefly, just
Concerns about widening 101 to 6, 8, 10 lanes like the Bay Area has in multiple freeways. 101 is our major artery. If it shuts down, we're going to have some significant problems. We're seeing some problems rise up now. The fix for Shell Beach is not a widening per se. It is a managed lane. It might someday become a high occupancy lane, but at this point in time, it's a part-time shoulder usage to make it work better during just those peak congestion times. Auxiliary lanes that connect one ramp to another ramp to make it easier to merge or diverge in or out of the 101 is another safety improvement. Roundabouts absolutely are safety improvement on local roadways, and other intersections out in the unincorporated county have some issues with their alignment. Just realigning it into a T rather than this Y that people can't turn left safely onto is another safety improvement that we're looking at. Again, going back to the Shell Beach project on 101, it's not just a managed lane. It comes with a bus. It comes with active transportation. It's not one thing. And that's what this whole plan's all about. How can we make it multimodal and move people more efficiently and more safely?
Great, thank you. And as a side note, the SLOCOG has a lot of integration with our regional housing needs assessment, so that projects are prioritized that support regional housing. So I just make my few comments. I'm profoundly supportive of our county becoming a self-help county. I think that the fact that almost 90% of Californians live in counties that are self-help, we're just at a real disadvantage. I think that that our community is really strategic about planning and prioritization of projects, and that the infrastructure that we want to make happen does support multimodal split kinds of goals. So I think this is a really thoughtful plan. I think, James, you noted really clearly the challenge of making it regionally acceptable. And in this case, it's sales tax, and which, one would imagine probably San Luis Obispo generates kind of an outsized proportion of that sales tax compared to our population. But with a rising tide, all ships float type of There's some quote. about
Rising
that.
tide lifts all boats.
Lifts all boats, thank you. And I think that's really important. That's regionalism, cooperation is part of one of our core values as a council. And so I do think that that's an appropriate split. I think there's a lot of clarity here, et cetera. That being said, I don't particularly have a change. I think that leaving the 77 million as the bold, I think that we have a ton of public process to prioritize projects going forward that I don't feel like we need to limit ourselves, and compared, we have just a huge amount of needs. So I think we can prioritize, and we have priorities already. So I so I don't think I would change that. I think that we as a council, as a city, as a community can support this action. And then when I'm on the SLOCOG board in the moment in May, that's the conversation at a regional level. Does it make sense to go forward this year? Because it's kind of mixed. There's just a lot of other influences, other cities going after sales tax this year, et cetera. So while we as a city might think that this is the right time, and it might be that 2026 could turn out to be the year that we do this. So I would love for it to go forward sooner. They're doing surveys and really getting out the public response. So we'll see how these all come together. So, but I thank you for the program.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you to all the public speakers for engaging in this important issue. There were some interesting questions just around guardrails, and I just wanted to get at that really quickly before I dive into deliberations here. They were asking about, what's in place to prevent, future folks from making very different decisions around road widening or different types of, traffic calming, or congestion issues. And then locally looking at our list, it kind of sparked another question of, say a decade from now, we're looking at these eventually passing, we have the funding, we've got this list of projects for the 77 million, and there's very different priorities within the city. How do we put in place, or can we put in place, any sort of guardrails to ensure that we're addressing the types of projects that are going to really address climate action and those types of things?
To do that, you need to select your priorities and make them bold. The more you lock in, the more you're locking in future councils. It might not be palatable to the council in 2035, but it's giving the voters a guarantee that these are what's going to happen in San Luis Obispo City. Other cities will have their opportunities as well to lock in, whether flexible or not flexible, when they get their city council meetings as well. There is guardrails in that the amount of funds spent for the purposes or for the high level of the bolds is guaranteed. It's all guaranteed. Doesn't matter what city council sits up here. It's for transportation purposes only. And there will be audits that future city councils are going to have to prove this is how we spent the money, and it aligns with the plan as we had adopted it, the voters that had adopted it.
Thank you for that. I won't repeat all of what Vice Mayor Pease said, but I will just second that I'm very much in support of this. I'm incredibly hopeful that we can move forward this year. I'm hesitant to, even though the guardrails feel like they give us a certain guarantee, I'm hesitant to put restrictions on being able to move around the funding in the future to reprioritize projects that emerge as more important to us. I think we see that all the time in the community where new corridors become a focus for us for safety, for active transportation. I'm also nervous about not putting that in, and I trust that this plan is something that if the voters pass it, we can use it as our blueprint moving forward. So I'm supportive and grateful for all of your work.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yes, I was definitely in favor of the measure in 2016, worked really hard the slow cog person at that time, part of the dog and pony show, going around to the different cities and all that. But I agree with my colleagues' perspective in terms of not sort of casting in concrete exactly where these different projects, which projects would be funded by the measure. And my concern is that we have work plans, we have elaborate capital improvement plans that go out decades into the future. We have all this stuff going on at the same time. And I would want to make sure that whatever this measure did, assuming that it passed, would support and augment the plans that we have as a city, rather than have us kind of, butting up against some kind of funding restriction that wouldn't have been necessary. So basically I'm quite supportive of the measure. And I wondered, I guess I did have a question. Would the money go right to the city, or would the city have to apply to SLOCOG for the funds when?
That's a great question.
I should have asked it earlier.
It's a fine question.
Sorry.
So the money is collected by the state, and then it's sent to SLOCOG. SLOCOG has a maximum of 1% that it can use for administration. That means 99% of it goes out to, based on the plan. If the voters get a chance to vote on this, if voters support this and pass this, the next step would be for the SLOCOG board to put together a strategic investment plan, kind of like a CIP, and identify the next, say, 5 to 10 years of who's first, what's first, where's first. That way, everybody's not sitting there going, I got 1/20th this year. I got a second 20th the second year. You don't get projects done that way. When we can share the funds and move them around for those projects that can move faster or that are needed more, a safety improvement, safe routes to school. Let's protect the people that we can protect faster. Then those projects would probably float to the top faster than a 101 improvement, even if it's an auxiliary lane or a managed shoulder, if that were the case. So that part is to be figured out still. The guarantees that this amount of money or this percentage of money is coming to for these purposes is set in stone. 20 years set in stone. There may be provisions for amendments. There may not be. It depends. It's the SLOCOG board to decide whether or not there's no chance or is a chance for amendment. If there is a chance, knowing it's 20 years that way, some things change, and having that opportunity would be good, but setting the threshold very high to make sure the voters can trust that this is only going to happen if something significant forces it to happen, not because one city won out.
Okay, yeah, no, I think it's good to move forward. And are you going to circle back to the city about how everyone else is responding, or how will we get updates? Or I guess that comes through the SLOCOG.
We have it set for May if this moves forward to come back to the council to discuss.
All righty.
So one clarification I want you to be perfectly clear on. Once the May 1st board meeting occurs, if it does move forward, that plan that they move forward and finalize is set in stone. So coming back in May and saying, hey, here's where we are, and somebody say, oh, I really want to change this.
City manager's going to pop in. I think I might have been wrong. It might be April.
No, that's the right time, Madam Mayor. It occurred to me, this is moving at a pace I think is appropriate to get, if the SLOCOG board and all the city support it going on the November ballot. One of the considerations, and this is just from my experience in watching this unfold in 2 different counties, is, the council may want to assign an ad hoc committee, to work on the spending plan. I think it's something that, perhaps, we've got a SLOCOG, the chair here. I know you've got that role in serving SLOCOG, but perhaps there's a role for other members of the council, since this is going to be moving fairly quickly. Because I think we've heard some comments tonight. I think that perhaps, members of this council could provide some input and feedback to SLOCOG staff through our city staff and make sure that by the time it gets back in May, there's been more fingerprints on it than we have opportunity for tonight.
Good idea.
Thank you, appreciate that. Any more comments?
No,
Okay.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay, great. Councilmember Shoresman.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, staff, for the great presentation. Was supportive of this in 2016, and like some others have said, was bummed to not see it get across the finish line. So hopeful that it can this time, whenever that is. And noticed the list of counties that pretty much all the counties that surround us, if you look at the list, have one of these, and we are sort of the donut hole that doesn't have it. So we're really missing out on a lot of opportunities here, especially knowing how expensive things have gotten over the last several years. There's a lot of good stuff in here. I just wanted to point out, I love to see that Safe Routes to Schools is in pretty much every section. Love to see that public transit is called out in pretty much every section, especially for some of our harder to serve populations, seniors, people with disabilities, and veterans. So really pleased to see that focus on public transit. I know that it's something that we have difficulty finding money for, so happy to see that. There is one thing that sort of stood out to me. There's lots of mentions of Los Osos Valley Road and some of our other connectors and sections of, in particular with Los Osos Valley Road, it calls out certain sections of Los Osos Valley Road. But I think the section from, I might have this a little bit off, from Laguna all the way to South Higuera, I don't remember as being called out in particular as needing improvements. And I was curious if that section came up at all.
In the focus groups or community surveys, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Los Osos Valley Road from Laguna down to South Higuera. I don't recall road maintenance issues offhand, but I think I have heard some congestion or concerns with the amount of traffic or safety issues. I don't recall offhand, though, if that's a key component that needs to be in there that you know of. I'd say please throw it in.
Councilmember, are you, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Councilmember, do you mean more of the congestion? I mean, because it's one of the more recently updated parts of that road. So maybe you could clarify a little bit more.
Yeah, I guess in terms of multimodal improvements, I guess when I was reading through all the different sections, especially since Laguna is called out as Safe Routes to Schools, I was thinking that maybe I was reading between the lines, that would include multimodal improvements along Los Osos Valley Road. And so I know with the Froome Ranch specific plan, there's some possibilities of making some improvements to that section between Madonna and South Higuera. So I guess my question is, did that percolate up as an area? And if not, I'd like to see the full, all of Los Osos Valley Road, which stretches into a couple of the areas. I know it stretches from, I forget what the categories are called, from the central county probably to the coast, to the north coast. Yeah, but I guess I would ask that we include all of Los Osos Valley Road as an area that needs road safety improvements and multimodal improvements.
And Vice Mayor Pease, you wanted to add to that?
Well, I just want to clarify that this is in no way, the 77 million in no way is going to complete all these projects. So I don't think, I feel like either we need to go to an ad hoc committee and really dig into the weeds, or we need to just go, we're covering, this list is way bigger than we could fund, and it's open-ended enough that we could shift it around. So I guess that's why I kind of, if we were concerned that our voters needed to lock in a certain something, but I feel like we have such a transparent process as it is that this is kind of in alignment in general. So I want to make sure we kind of go one path or the other, like it's good as it is, or let's go ad hoc. That's
Got it,
my
thank you.
thinking.
Okay.
Before Councilmember Francis, if you don't mind, I'm going to pipe in on my 2 cents. I'm going to just say that I supported this thoroughly last time, and I see the money as I go to statewide events, or statewide meetings, I should say, and do our advocacy for our city. I definitely see the times when our state and federal elected officials look at us and say, you're not a self-help city, you're not coming to the table. So why do you want us to come to the table too? And I hear that, and so I support the concept of us doing a tax, or us putting it on the ballot for the community to decide that. And I also really think this is a heavy lift for this year. This is up to the voters to decide. So, and whatever this ad hoc subcommittee wants to decide, I just personally feel like I haven't heard enough conversation about this in our community to make our community be like, yes, I'm into it. But at the same time, I've received some good input via email, people who are supportive overall, and that was just today, literally, that people are starting to pay attention to it. So maybe if the conversation is coming out more, we'll have more conversation from the community, positive or negative. You know, we don't really know yet, and that's kind of why I asked the question about the focus groups, because I really haven't heard people talking about this since 2016, short of course, Vice Mayor Pease, very much so, but I mean, in the general community. And so that's my concern, is I would love to see something be ready. When we brought Measure G, I mean, we had our subcommittee, and we were really involved in the committee and talking to a bunch of different groups. And so I just hope that if that's where you decide to move, that you really bump up the community engagement. So Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think City Manager sensed a little bit of discomfort here with some of the language, and I would be open to the idea of an ad hoc committee just to at least make the decision if we're comfortable with it being broad, or if we want to get into the weeds a little bit more and be able to talk to staff a little bit more about that. Wanted to, temperature check on the rest of you and see if anybody else was interested in moving in that direction.
I think that's a great idea. Not for me to be on the committee, but for someone. And I did want to say, going back to the 77 million bold, just staying right there makes the most sense to me. I don't want to see the 37 and the 40 and anything called out, because it all depends on what we get to leverage money with, if that does come to that point. So sorry, Councilmember Marks.
Yeah, I had a question. Would it be appropriate to appoint the ad hoc committee tonight in this item? Because I think it's a good idea too. I'm willing to volunteer. Then I had another question. So we have our SLOCOG representative, but could you be part of the ad hoc committee? Otherwise, we'd be in a Brown Act, knotted up in the Brown Act, where we have a subcommittee doing something, but we couldn't tell you about it, and you're on the SLOCOG board. So would you be willing to be on the ad hoc committee? Vice Mayor Pease.
Yeah, I'd be delighted. I mean, yes, I'd be happy to serve. If the will of the council is to have a committee, I would like to serve on it.
Good, okay.
And then I'm open to who would like to serve on that with me.
And then Councilmember Shoresman has her hands up as well.
Thank you. Just one last thing, and I appreciate we don't want to get into the weeds right now, and apologies that I was starting to go there. But yeah, I'm in support of an ad hoc committee. The last thing that I just wanted to give voice to those who were concerned about the lack of specificity around language, I guess, is what I was hearing around multimodal improvements. And in our community, I feel like it's kind of part of our culture when we do road repairs, because of the way we've handled our paving plan. We do multimodal improvements typically when we do the paving plan, or we make road improvements, but that's not necessarily the case everywhere. So I just want to give that voice, and I hope we can find a way to clarify without limiting us too much, that multimodal improvements are kind of baked in to all of the things that we do whenever possible in the city of SLO.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councilmember Shorsman. I really liked your phrasing on that, clarify without limiting. And I heard Councilmember Marks volunteer. I also would be willing and just wanted to check in with you to see if you were interested, because I know we need to pick one. Sorry, Councilmember Shorsman.
Oh, if you and Councilmember Marks would like to do that, I'm happy to support that.
I will defer to Councilmember Marks, who expressed interest first, and I like the direction to clarify without limiting.
And Vice Mayor Pease and Councilmember Marks would be the ad hoc.
I think that would I would be happy to do that. My 8 years on SLOCOG, I have a lot of fond memories, but also I think there will be ways to incorporate that multimodal angle into whatever our city decided to do, so that it's part of the guardrails that people were asking for. So
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So at this point, do you want to do a motion to appoint the ad hoc subcommittee? Vice Mayor Pease?
I move that we appoint an ad hoc subcommittee consisting of myself and Councilmember Marks to review the investment plan for the self-help program.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Marks?
I'll second that.
Great. Without anything else, can we have roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, that motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much for all of your time, and thank you to the council as well. We're going to go ahead and take a 15-minute break, and we'll see you back at 7:12, I guess. 10-minute break and 7:10. 7:10 is what we're going to see you at. Okay, thank you so much. All right, hello everybody. We're going to call the meeting back to order. And before we head over to the next topic, before we head to the next topic, which is probably why the majority of you are here, is we, of course, are talking about a study session on housing needs and opportunities. There are at least 10 or so people who have already turned in their housing slip, or sorry, the public comment slip to talk about housing. If you have an interest to talk about this topic, please get your half slip in now, because I want to make sure we calculate enough time for everyone to speak if that is appropriate. So we'll move forward now to, I was going to say Timmy, but then I'm seeing two different people in front of me, Teresa McClish and Daisy Weiberg. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. Director Trey will introduce the item.
Hello, good evening. My name is Timmy Tway, Community Development Director, and we're very excited to be here this evening to present this study session on housing needs and opportunities. This is part of our work plan for this year, and it's an opportunity to just start a conversation with the City Council and members of the community and staff about various types of housing in the community, what we have, what we need, things we're doing already, and things we can do. And so the recommendation is to receive and conduct this study session and provide comments and direction to staff, and feedback will inform future work plan items. So we are working on a robust plan of housing related things right now, but we are looking toward the next fiscal cycle and work plan, and so starting to have these conversations about what's important in the community. So the purpose of the study session, as I briefly stated, is to provide an overview of housing in the city. We use the idea of a housing continuum throughout the staff report, which breaks down various housing types, market rate, below market rate, transitional, supportive housing, explains what these are, and then talks through kind of the needs, the opportunities, and the constraints for each type of housing. It's an opportunity to provide to talk about the city's role in housing. So as many of you already know, the city does not directly construct housing, and we are a regulator. So things we can do are to educate people about what they can do on private property, to work with the council to change rules and regulations that hopefully remove barriers to providing housing. We can discuss how to spend funds to leverage affordable housing and to create new infrastructure to support housing, but I want to be clear that the city does not build housing itself. And then for some background, so again, housing is a major city goal for this financial plan, housing and homelessness. A lot of the work that we've been doing this year is related to this major city goal. We also are guided by our current housing element, which covers the years 2020 to 2028. That includes policies and programs to increase housing projection and a diversified supply for all members of the community. And as a reminder, the city adopted its first homelessness response strategic plan in 2023, which Daisy will briefly touch on in the presentation. As all of us in the room likely know, California has some of the most expensive home prices and rents in the nation, and the homelessness crisis is getting worse. There are other things going on that we deal with on a day-to-day basis in community development, such as significant housing legislation at the state level that is aimed at removing housing barriers and increase accountability at the local level. There's also a need for us to reshape local policies and think about how we do things in order to meet our RHNA allocation, or our regional housing needs allocation. And again, we've talked about how this is a major city goal and how there are opportunities that exist for a variety of housing types in the city. Before I hand it over to Teresa and Daisy, I wanted to touch briefly on the RHNA. So this staff report has a number of different facts and figures that I think are really important. When we talk about housing, I think one of the most important things to start with is, what does the community look like? And that tells you a lot about what the community needs. So if you look at the staff report, we talk about size of households, the household income, what our housing stock looks like, and things like that. So those trends help inform the type of housing that a community needs. We also are allocated a certain number of units that we have to accommodate within the housing element cycle. So again, that's from 2020 to 28 for this 6-cycle housing element. And through a complex process, we get allocated a number of units at different affordability levels, and they're outlined here. So this means, again, the city does not build this housing, but we have to make sure that this much housing can be accommodated through zoning or policies or programs that we have in the city. I think important to note on this slide is that we have exceeded our above moderate number of units for this housing element cycle. So that's a success, it's a win. But we have some work to do at the extremely low, very low, low, and moderate deed restricted levels. So we are halfway through the RHNA cycle right now. And with that, I will hand it over to the wonderful team of Daisy and Teresa, who will discuss briefly the housing continuum and then present a few slides on each aspect of the continuum before we open it up to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Timmy. And this housing continuum provides a framework that we can use to identify and describe how various housing needs may be met. The categories in the continuum are interconnected and interdependent and include the needs of key beneficiary groups, including those who are experiencing homelessness, those who have special needs, families, seniors, students, and the city's workforce. And we note that as we explore housing needs on the left side of the continuum, this generally requires more incentives, subsidies, and operational resources. So we'll begin with the market rate housing segment of the continuum, and this includes both rental and ownership housing. The city, as Timmy mentioned, is doing very well in terms of our RHNA numbers of housing production for this category, with over 2,000 permitted units through halfway through the cycle, well exceeding our assignment. Nonetheless, as we've mentioned, home ownership is out of reach for many community members, and housing production in this category is critically important. So the numbers are showing that programs are working, or at least not hindering, production so far through this RENA cycle. In fact, we are, as previously mentioned, not just exceeding it through this halfway point, but well exceeding. This market rate production is needed to provide the various supply of rental apartments, townhomes, condominiums, ADUs, as well as detached single-family homes to meet the needs of residents moving throughout the continuum. We've had some agenda correspondence promoting missing middle housing, and we'll touch more on this in a moment. But I just want to emphasize that missing middle housing lies within the market rate portion of the housing continuum. It's not considered affordable or below market rate, as homes in SLO sell well above 120% of the area median income. So they're not deed restricted, and these units will be rented or sold for whatever the market will bear. It also does not count toward the allocation of our BMR units for our state RENA reporting requirements. So we are also building some missing middle housing types, and I want to just emphasize that. There's examples of this in the Orchid area specific plan area and the San Luis Ranch area. And while these are not affordable, some variations of missing middle housing are less expensive than more conventional detached homes, and therefore offer more opportunities for residents. All housing construction is currently facing significant constraints. Constraints include cost and available land and financing, as well as high construction costs. Other constraints include zoning regulations and policies and permit processing, if not streamlined. We have divided up the city's current housing work program and opportunities that are not yet incorporated in the work program, but may be opportunities in the future. For the existing and continuing work program, the city implements a variety of programs. Density bonus incentives provide for additional density on a site, as well as flexibility from zoning standards, site development standards, or parking requirements in exchange for the provision of below market rate housing units in a project. The additional density allows for additional market rate homes. The city has previously increased incentives beyond state requirements, although there has been more and more state legislation that's equaling that out. We are seeing more projects using density bonus, including some with reduced parking as allowed by state law, as this increases housing revenue potential through the sale or rental of additional units. Streamlining is another program we're implementing as required by state law. Certain projects have to be processed in a very specific timeline. And we have also implemented zoning amendments in 2021 that greatly increased streamlining in terms of decreasing processing time for units or projects less than 50 units. We also are starting digital plan review, and this will also help for project processing going forward. Mixed use, some of those zoning amendments in 2021 also included allowance of mixed use projects in our commercial service and manufacturing zones. This has resulted in additional units under construction. We're seeing this work pretty well. Specific plan amendments that are included in the city's work program but have not yet come before you include the Margarita area specific plan, which will include the potential to increase density options that are available to us after the SLO County amended their airport land use plan. And this type of housing can be varied. and could include incentives for missing middle housing. Staff is preparing a request for proposals, and it is tentatively slated for council consideration next month. The airport area specific plan update includes the extension of areas for mixed-use development in the commercial service and manufacturing districts, also due to the opportunity presented by the amended airport land use plan. This project is underway, and these such projects would be considered under discretionary review. And this is tentatively slated to come before you later this year. A parking study to remove parking barriers to housing has been scoped and may be ready for council this summer, depending on budget considerations. This was part of the housing work program, but not yet budgeted. And finally, missing middle housing. The city has approached this thus far through a variety of programs, including, and I'll just skip to the next slide, and I won't read all of these, but we've provided a series of incentives for either attached or smaller housing types. So this includes, for example, our inclusionary housing in lieu fee is based on square footage, so you'll have a decreased fee with smaller units. Our downtown flexible density program that was developed that removes density requirements for units less than 600 square feet downtown. Several amendments to our accessory dwelling unit, ADU and JADU requirements, tiered fee structures, and so on. These are laid out in your report, and they're sort of a multi-prong approach to the things that we're doing for missing middle housing or smaller or attached housing types. Future opportunities that aren't in the city's work program per se, but that have been identified either, in developing to address state law, for example, or some ideas that have been presented include some things to leverage what's coming at us through a series of legislation since 2017 to remove housing barriers and increase accountability that have had numerous and significant laws impacting the community and present challenges in the form of local control, but also offer some great opportunities. In response to Senate Bill 35 and now Senate Bill 423, both from Senator Scott Wiener, the city tracks and streamlines permit processing for qualifying housing projects and has adopted objective design standards. With newer state laws coming, including that have been approved, including the California Home Act or SB 9 that were effective last year, and incoming Senate Bill 684 that was passed by and is effective in July of 2024, it has become evident that it's critical for the city to amend our objective design standards to better capture smaller projects that are now more viable through this state legislation. There are also opportunities to amend our zoning ordinance to incentivize small infill units, potentially leveraging state legislation a couple of years ago that allows the city to consider zoning amendments without a protracted CEQA review. And so these are some things that have directly involved recent state legislation. Other opportunities are area plan amendments. So area plan for the Upper Monterey is included in the city's work program for economic development purposes, for placemaking and economic revitalization. This work program could be expanded to include opportunities for workforce housing. The Mid-Higuera planning area could also be explored as a location for zoning changes that would encourage smaller attached or otherwise missing middle housing. And other categories that the city can think about for housing expansion are allowing for pre-approved plans for missing middle housing. This could be similar to pre-approved plans for accessory dwelling units. This would take some resources to develop, and also incentives through permit processing for missing middle housing. That could be developed as a program for very specific housing types. And so moving on to the below market rate housing portion of the continuum, for the city of San Luis Obispo, below market rate housing or affordable housing, and I'll try not to use them too much interchangeably, but below market rate is a term of art now. It's housing that is deed restricted per HCD due to our high housing costs, with the exception of accessory dwelling units where we can count half as below market rate. We are making progress in terms of RHNA allocation, state RHNA allocation for this category, but we have a long way to go. Excuse me. Below market rate housing could be more difficult to construct, as the constraints that hinder housing supply are especially impactful to below market rate housing, which has a smaller profit margin for developers, and developers may be relying on special financing for below market rate projects. It should be noted that several below market rate projects have received entitlements or have been deemed eligible for building permit issuance and have or expected to pull permits in 2024 due to grant, tax credit, or in lieu funding has been appropriated. And this should help show significant RHNA progress next year. These projects include Haslow's Bridge Street Family Apartments and the Maxine Lewis Apartments, which are in construction now. So you can see that our RHNA progress, we're meeting approximately 21% halfway through the cycle. We're hoping to have a good catch up in the next couple of years due to pipeline projects. And just to emphasize what a crucial housing type this is in the housing continuum, as it provides for vulnerable community members the ability to stay in the community and provides a much needed affordable housing for those who work in the city of SLO. And like market rate housing with financing usually dependent on grant funding or other subsidies, there's significant constraints. Existing and continuing opportunities in our work program for below market rate housing include density bonus incentives, just like the market rate, because it increases density for both market rate and below market rate homes. Our inclusionary housing ordinance was recently amended and updated. Our long-term loan awards from the city's affordable housing funds have generated and leveraged many units for low and very low income residents. We have, again, streamlined the ministerial approval process for projects that include below market rate units. The council has awarded through the Affordable Housing Fund use of ARPA money to leverage money for the Anderson Hotel and the Maxine Lewis Apartments. And staff is working on an expansion of down payment assistance programs, since the program within which we use here for the city, the BEGIN program, is not flourishing at the state level, and we are looking for other programs to utilize and leverage money for down payment assistance. And we are continuing further development of the city's below market rate housing administration program to connect people to rental homes and ownership homes. And future opportunities for below market rate housing include now application and use of pro-housing incentive funds. So we'll apply for those funds, and then we need to be able to determine how those funds are used. They could be used for a variety of purposes, including leveraging projects through the Affordable Housing Fund, leveraging below market rate housing. There are bond or local revenue measures that are identified in the staff report. These can be very varied. We can work with a state development authority, or it can span from participating in an existing program to work with partners to acquire or rehabilitate multifamily housing units and convert them to below market rate, or it could span up to a local tax revenue measure for a steady dedication of funding for below market rate homes. There are state laws that allow for ministerially review for below market rate housing on church and educational properties. There might be some opportunities here. We've identified some sites in the city, just very generally speaking, and we've been talking to the faith community about this. And there's prospects of leveraging city property to promote below market rate housing and historic preservation. The first one to come before you will likely be the Waterman Village project on Dana Street. So these are generated again from things we're seeing come down from the state or what we're hearing from the community, really primarily driven by the need, clear need for more below market rate housing in the city. And this brings us to the permanent supportive housing portion of the continuum. Council has likely heard less about this side of the continuum, but we want to make sure that it's discussed along with and holistically with the whole continuum. And I'll give it over to Daisy to continue.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So as Teresa said, we're moving into the permanent supportive housing section of the continuum, and there are currently 170 permanent supportive housing units in the city of SLO, and there are 121 in queue. So with each of the sections that I'll be addressing, I'm going to kind of do a definition of that type of housing and then go over the need and give some examples and talk about future opportunities. So permanent supportive housing, or PSH, is housing that is provided through a long-term lease or rental assistance and includes supportive services. PSH assists households with at least one member, an adult or child, with a disability in achieving housing stability. PSH is a critical component in the city's continuum of housing to provide housing and wraparound services for families and individuals with disabilities who are transitioning out of homelessness and emergency shelters. Examples of PSH in the city of SLO include the Anderson Hotel, which was originally refurbished as apartments in 1978 to house elderly and disabled community members, and was acquired by Haslo in 2022 through a state home key funding opportunity to renovate the 100-year-old building. Once renovations are complete, the Anderson Hotel will provide 66 permanent supportive housing units. People's Self-Help Housing currently operates 19 existing PSH units at Broad Street Place and Brizolara Apartments, and Transitions Mental Health Association operates 151 PSH beds at various locations throughout the city, including 33 units at Bishop Street Studios, which opened in the fall of 2019. There are several existing city programs and policies that have paved the way for further development of permanent supportive housing. The city applied for and received a Project Home Key grant from the state in the amount of $19.4 million for the Kiowa-Keene Home Key project, with People's Self-Help Housing as a co-applicant. This project will provide 75 additional permanent supportive housing units in the city of SLO. The city also continues to collaborate closely with the County of San Luis Obispo to implement the recently awarded Encampment Resolution Grant for the Welcome Home Village project that will provide 46 permanent supportive housing units as part of an 80-unit project to house people experiencing homelessness on the Bob Jones Bike Trail corridor. In addition to those state funding opportunities, as Teresa mentioned earlier, the city amended its zoning ordinances in 2021 in accordance with state law to allow permanent supportive housing by right in all zones in the city that allow residential or mixed use. A minor use permit is required in the public facility district, and use is prohibited in agriculture, open space, or business park districts. The zoning ordinance also allows ministerial processing of permits in order to ensure that zoning or process are not barriers to the development of this type of housing. The Kiowa-Keene Home Key project is an example of a permanent supportive housing project that is being processed ministerially through these zoning amendments. The city also administers funding for permanent supportive housing projects through the Community Development Block Grant and Affordable Housing Funds. Looking forward, the city may pursue future opportunities to collaborate with the county and regional partners to facilitate further development of PSH, including funding for TIMA's Palm Street Studios. Palm Street Studios will provide 6 one-bedroom units and 2 one-bedroom ADUs for a total of 8 permanent supportive housing units, along with behavioral health treatment and services for vulnerable homeless individuals. The city may also have the opportunity to leverage legislation under SB 4, as Teresa mentioned, to develop permanent housing, whether that's housing units or pallet shelters on church properties in conjunction with a housing partner. Since permanent supportive housing includes wraparound services, further development of this type of housing supply will require collaboration with the County of SLO and homelessness and housing services providers. Additionally, the service aspect of this type of housing requires additional operating funding beyond capital and maintenance expenses to ensure project sustainability. Site availability and community support for new developments will also pose challenges for further development of permanent supportive housing. The next type of housing on our continuum is transitional housing. There are currently only 12 transitional housing units in the city of SLO and 52 in Kew. So in addition to permanent supportive housing needs, interim or transitional housing opportunities, and I'd also like to include rapid rehousing, are needed to bridge the gap between unsheltered homelessness or emergency shelters and permanent housing placements. Transitional housing is designed to provide homeless individuals and families with interim stability and support to successfully move to and maintain permanent housing. Transitional housing may be used to cover the cost of up to 24 months of housing, including supportive services, and program participants must have a lease, sublease, or occupancy agreement in place to reside in transitional housing. Rapid rehousing provides short-term, 1 to 3 months, or medium-term, 4 to 24 months, rental assistance, eviction prevention, and supportive services to assist individuals with obtaining permanent housing and long-term housing stability. Supportive services that can be provided through transitional housing include individual case management, access to basic medical care, mental health assessments, substance abuse treatment services, and education and job readiness training. Transitional housing programs traditionally operate on a 90-day minimum time frame to provide a period of time for participants to engage in supportive services and prepare for the transition into permanent housing placements. The city does not directly operate or fund transitional housing programs at this time. However, TIMA currently operates a 12-bed additional adult transitional program in the city of SLO. 5 Cities Homeless Coalition also operates temporary emergency housing with their Cabins for Change site in Grover Beach, providing 20 transitional housing units, just as an example of a transitional housing project. And 5CHC and CAPSLO provide rapid rehousing support for unhoused individuals, including eviction prevention to assist them with keeping or obtaining permanent housing. In recognition of the need and role transitional housing plays in the housing continuum, the city has actively partnered with the County of San Luis Obispo and other regional partners to encourage the provision of more transitional housing. Existing programs and policies that support this type of housing include the county's Welcome Home Village project, which I mentioned before, will also include 34 transitional housing units in addition to the permanent supporting housing units in that project. The city will partner with the county on that project to provide outreach and service referrals to individuals in the encampment area. The city's 2021 zoning amendments also allowed for transitional housing by right in most zones in the city, similar to the permanent supportive housing. Future opportunities for the city to support regional partners developing additional transitional housing include TEMA was recently awarded a 3-year contract from the County Behavioral Health Department to operate a 10-bed transitional housing program and an 8-bed step-down transitional housing program with referrals coming through the countywide care court system, which is estimated to be implemented by the end of 2024. CAPSLO is also working to develop dedicated housing for families experiencing homelessness with one-time funding from a Bezos Day One Families Fund grant. Potential projects for that may include interim, transitional, and/or permanent supportive housing for families. Other opportunities for additional transitional housing and rapid rehousing will likely emerge through grant opportunities and continued collaboration and support for regional partners. Similar to the constraints the city faces for permanent supportive housing, the social services that are integral to transitional housing add significant operational costs to housing developments, and ongoing operational funding is needed to ensure sustainability for projects. In addition, a substantial constraint can be site availability and neighborhood opposition, which may lengthen the time frame and expense for approval and/or implementation of these types of projects. Next, the next section on the continuum is emergency shelters. And CAPSLO's 40 Prado Homeless Services Center operates the only emergency shelter in the city of SLO. It offers 128 shelter beds, including individual, family, emergency outreach, and recuperative care beds, as well as 40 additional beds when their warming center is activated. And emergency shelters provide temporary shelter, case management, and housing-focused programming for unhoused individuals without requiring participants to sign a lease or occupancy agreement. The city's main opportunity for successful homelessness response efforts is homelessness prevention by connecting individuals to shelter services and housing. Sheltering unhoused community members through emergency shelters does not only offer life-saving protection from the elements and the critical provision of safety, but it includes vital connections to services. Emergency shelters are often the first point of contact unhoused individuals have to services, and they serve as the gateway to treatment and housing opportunities. Emergency shelters are not often considered as part of the housing continuum. However, shelters operate as places where unhoused communities members live in the city. 40 Prado operates a housing-focused shelter program, providing shelter and housing navigation with the overall goal of placement into permanent housing solutions. They also offer a night-by-night shelter program, overnight safe parking, and a warming center, as I mentioned before, when there's inclement weather. And 40 Prado also provides critical day services, including housing navigation, service referrals, community meals, showers, laundry facilities, and access to internet and phones. 40 Prado Homeless Services Center is the primary entry point for the continuum of care for services in the city of SLO, and it's a critical component of the housing continuum for people experiencing homelessness. The city provides annual funding to support 40 Prado's operations, as well as strategic collaboration to ensure the resiliency of the shelter. The sustainability of emergency shelter operations is critical in the city's efforts to address the increasing homelessness crisis, as well as unanticipated events such as pandemic response and climate adaptation for extreme weather events. In addition to those emergency shelter programs, the city has also supported the development and expansion of overnight safe parking opportunities. In 2013, the city adopted regulations for safe parking facilities on property located outside of the public right-of-way in certain zoning districts. The purpose of the safe parking ordinance was to provide homeless individuals and families living in vehicles with a safe place to temporarily park overnight in order to facilitate the transition to permanent housing. Capslo recently received approval of an amended conditional use permit to increase the capacity of 40 Prado safe parking from 7 to 12 safe parking spaces. And during the statewide COVID-19 emergency declaration, the City of SLO partnered with Capslo to implement an overnight safe parking pilot program for up to 20 vehicles at the Railroad Square location. The program operated from April 2021 to August 2023 and successfully facilitated permanent housing placements, family reunifications, and job placements for participants. The city is currently exploring the opportunity to partner with Capslo and faith-based organizations to develop a small-scale rotating overnight safe parking program that would provide 12 overnight safe parking spaces at various host site locations on a monthly rotation. That program would operate in conjunction with the 40 Prado Safe Parking Program, utilizing city and faith-based partner sites in a rotating format. Looking forward, the city may have the opportunity to advocate for a regional safe parking model to provide safe parking for unhoused individuals countywide. And the new permanent, supportive, and transitional housing projects that we've mentioned will also expand the continuum of housing opportunities for individuals and families transitioning out of the emergency shelter and safe parking programs. But with no ongoing state or federal funding sources for social services, the city has limited control over adequate operational resources to match needed capacity for emergency shelters and the substantial ongoing funding they require. Similar to permanent, supportive, and transitional housing constraints, emergency shelters and safe parking programs encounter challenges related to community and neighborhood opposition, and funding will continue to be a critical constraint as ongoing capacity needs, maintenance, and operational needs are pressing. And the last but not least section on our continuum is homelessness. A conservative estimate of the number of people experiencing homelessness in the city of SLO is 385 people, according to the 2022 SLO County point-in-time count data, which includes individuals experiencing sheltered and unsheltered homelessness. HUD defines homelessness as individuals and families who lack fixed nighttime residence, including emergency shelter or places not meant for human habitation. Homelessness is a component in our housing continuum because community members live unhoused and unsheltered throughout the city. Ensuring available housing supply is critical to address homelessness and to implement rapid rehousing and homeless prevention programs. As mentioned, the 2022 PIT count reported 385 individuals experiencing homelessness in the city of SLO, and the results from the 2024 PIT count, which was conducted on January 23rd, will be shared by the county later this spring. The city's first homelessness response strategic plan was adopted by council in March 21st of 23 as a 2-year plan to support the countywide plan to address homelessness. The city's homelessness response activities specific to housing and homelessness prevention are tied to key component areas in the strategic plan, and we'll be providing an update on that plan in May. City-funded programs that aim to address the impacts of homelessness include the Mobile Crisis Unit through the Fire Department and the Community Action Team and Community Service Officers through the Police Department. Those teams facilitate outreach, enforcement, family reunifications, and referrals to treatment and service providers. The greatest challenges to addressing and preventing homelessness in the city of SLO are the availability of shelter, affordable housing, and services. In order to effectively and consistently respond to homelessness, it is vital to have a robust continuum of housing offering pathways out of homelessness and into permanent housing. In addition to housing and shelter needs, the city is reliant on the county and regional partners to provide adequate funding and services, including social services and behavioral health services. When the provision of any or all of those services are at capacity, the city's homelessness response efforts are constrained. The city will continue to prioritize and advocate for regional collaboration to prevent and address homelessness for and with our community, including the expansion and development of our continuum of housing. And now I will hand it back to Teresa.
Thank you, Daisy. We've received a wide variety of public comment on this item already, and it will certainly generate, hopefully, continuing conversations. One of the categories of public comment included the impact on city housing supply due to student housing demand. And we received some agenda correspondence from Cal Poly regarding this. We're just including this slide to illustrate to the council that that Cal Poly's housing future plan includes an increase in on-campus housing commensurate with increased enrollment, adding 3,000 new beds in the first phase for fall of 2026. And that additionally, they're planning to add 33 ownership units at Slack and Grand for faculty and staff housing, with construction slated in 2026. This is a second project for this program that currently includes 70 units at Bella Montana at Santa Rosa Street and Highland Drive. So we just wanted to illustrate that their housing plan is implementing programs to address student impact on citywide housing supply. And with that, I will hand it over back to Director Tway.
So thank you very much, and thank you everyone for bearing with us. If you'd like to learn even more, I invite you all to read the staff report where there is much more information. And to kick off the conversation, we have some guiding questions for the City Council and the community. So are there housing types of interest on this continuum that we should look at to pursue programs or policy changes for the next financial plan? Are there things that people have heard about, policies or programs that we didn't touch on that are of interest to the City Council? And then we've created attachment F to your staff report, and it's not meant to be anything that you need to rank or choose from, but just meant to guide the conversation. If there are things there that you'd like us to explore for future work programs while we balance, competing needs, but we really would like to know what is of interest to the City Council at this time as we start to think about the next housing element and the next work program cycle. So with that, we're available for questions, and thank you very much for your time.
Wow, thank you so much for such a thorough report. So much to kind of unpack in the staff report and in the presentation. Just really quickly in the end, around the Cal Poly illustration. So a lot of times people ask me, or they tell me that we need to make sure that we are holding Cal Poly accountable. So when we look at the quantity of beds that they are looking at building, I know that they are a little bit behind because of rain and supply and all that fun stuff, but how do we hold them accountable from the city staff?
I can speak a little bit to that, and then I imagine city manager has something to say, but we have frequent conversations and meetings with Cal Poly. We consider them a partner in the housing challenge. And so we talk about housing on campus and off campus monthly, and are, constantly bringing up this idea that on-campus housing is very important, especially as the university grows. Regarding any other agreements, I haven't been here long enough to know, but I would look to Mr. Johnson if I'm missing anything.
Thank you. I know that during the master plan time, there were a lot of comments that we added as the city to share back to the chancellor's office. City manager?
Yeah, perhaps Ms. McDonald could weigh in. She was serving at the time as our outside counsel as we commented on the EIR, so she's got incredible insight on that. So turn it over to Whitney.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. It is super unique to have an opportunity to see things come back around in this way. Certainly we did work really closely both in evaluating the master plan process and the CEQA process, and worked really closely with our partners at Cal Poly on this exact issue. And you'll see on the screen some of the information that Cal Poly has shared with us recently around what they've been doing with their enrollment and tied to their housing production and units, and the way that they've really been, I think, quite creative in carrying out what they promised in the master plan and in their CEQA document. And so while maybe they haven't added, huge numbers of new units, they have been adding beds to cover for the increases in enrollment. And so that's what we're seeing here in terms of what they've been doing to both accommodate the requirements coming from the state in terms of their enrollment needs, as well as our needs here in the community to make sure that we're accounting for growth that impacts our housing constraints, as well as things like utilities and road, streets, all the various services that we provide. And so I think there's not, a specific drop dead kind of agreement, but there are certain criteria that Cal Poly has agreed to, live with and live within when they set about doing their master planning process. And so I think this is probably the most accurate that we can get, and certainly I know our partners are very active in giving us information and are assisting us and supporting us right now as it is, and helping let people know what they're doing, what they're planning, and how they're planning on moving forward. So again, things really were tied to, as much as they could, trying to make sure that as enrollment increases, they are providing more beds to actually increase the number of students that are being housed on campus as opposed to in our community. But it's a delicate balance, and certainly has lots of challenges involved with it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. City Manager?
Yeah, and that's an excellent description and summary. At the end of the day, the university and the CSU trustees certified an EIR. There's a mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program. And so our Director Tway sits on the master plan committee. And so there's ample opportunity for her to engage in dialogue. And I think we will know quite well whether or not we're making progress consistent with what's in the EIR and the MMRP. I think that we are very fortunate to have a good partner in Cal Poly. If you recall, they came this last fall. I think this graphic is taken from their October presentation. And I think that it, really shows some transparency in partnership with the city to show how enrollment is keeping pace with housing and vice versa, and that tension. And I've during my tenure with the city for the past 13 years, I've seen very proactive management from Cal Poly in terms of when there is additional enrollment that exceeds housing capacity to come up with some creative ideas, and I expect that they'll continue to do that in the future.
Great, thank you. I see, for me, at the quarterly meetings that I get to attend, and I know that the different city council members as well, but I just figured it would be helpful for the community to hear that the city staff is constantly working on the partnering with Cal Poly, and how do we help encourage them to move forward with having more beds. So I appreciate that. Do any of my council members have questions? I see Councilmember Shoresman. We'll bring you, there you go.
Thank you. Thanks for that series of questions, Mayor Stewart. I wanted to respond to some of the questions that we got in email about that too. And also thank you to staff for the really thorough agenda correspondence that you put out. We got many emails in advance of this meeting, and you responded to a lot of the questions there, so I don't have to ask them now, but there are a couple that community members wrote in about, and I just wanted to kind of follow up and see if you could give some specificity about some things that they suggested. A couple of them wrote in about scaling of fees with unit size, and I'm wondering if that's something that we have considered or are doing already, or if it's something that should be on our radar.
We do this in a couple ways. There are reduced fees available for transportation and utility fees for smaller units. And our inclusionary housing ordinance update now determines the in lieu fee by unit size. So you'll have a smaller fee for smaller units. So those are two examples of ways that the city's kind of encouraged smaller units through fees.
Thank you. Another person wrote in about house keys, and I know I've gotten lots of questions over time about house keys as well. And if I remember correctly, when we first approved that contract for house keys, there was a plan to come back at some point to council and do a report out on how that arrangement was going, or if we had any changes that we wanted to make in the future. Is that still the plan, or do you want to speak about just impressions so far?
Sure. We are planning to go out for RFP later this spring for a below market rate housing administrator. We have learned so much through these last few years with house keys, and they've done a remarkable job helping us update our rental guidelines and making some progress on our ownership guidelines. But we're still, the city has management responsibilities for our inventory of inclusionary housing ordinance, due to our inclusionary housing ordinance for inclusionary units, as well as units we gain through density bonus program, and the rentals of these units and the ongoing sales and resales of these units, requires a lot of work and help from an administrator. So we're looking forward to continuing to identify a scope of work for the next round, and House Keys is helping us do this for identifying deficiencies and trying to address them going forward. So it's been some successes and some challenges just in administration of the below market rate program.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, going back out to RFP, but some lessons learned that you'll take from this experience and incorporate it into the next round of the RFP process?
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. I think last but not least, sorry, looking at my notes. You mentioned in your presentation the objective design standards, and I know that those were completed actually not too long ago, the initial set of objective design standards. I happened to be on the Planning Commission when we reviewed and approved, recommended those to council. But I think you mentioned that we had a need to revise them again, and that was one of the things that you were proposing as a future work item. And so I wondered if you could explain a little bit why that's necessary right now.
Certainly, the city implemented, developed in-house and implemented objective design standards right away when we knew that we would be processing projects ministerially that we hadn't prior to some state legislation that came down in 2021, and they've been serving us really well, but they were really written for kind of large projects with lots of units, and we are identifying the need to amend those objective design standards, anticipating additional projects coming in ministerially due to state law requirements, state laws such as SB 9, California Home Act, that allows 4 units on a single family residential parcel, and upcoming legislation, including Senate Bill 684, that allows for 10 units on multifamily properties under 5 acres. And so just to really be able to provide objective design criteria for these ministerial reviews of such projects, staff has identified this would be a prudent program going forward.
Thank you. I know those were a really big step when we first did them, so it's good to know that you know, we need to maybe do something for the smaller developments. I think I missed that detail first time around. So thank you. I think that's it for me right now.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just an incredible scope of material that you had to cover, and I'm really appreciative getting to see it all laid out like that. Really made it glaringly obvious that we had some serious issues to address, particularly within below market rate. And I had some questions specifically in that realm. You had mentioned the further development of the below market rate housing administration, and I was wondering if you could put a little color on that. What does that mean?
Yeah, certainly. And this is our below market rate administration, housing administration program has really just been developed over the past few years with a contracted below market rate administrator. Previously, it was all done in-house. And again, our inventory of units that are deed restricted for below market rate prices, either rental or ownership, have grown. And so we're constantly fielding calls and from developers or homeowners or renters or rental property managers regarding these units. And so we have contracted with House Keys, and they're provided kind of updated processes consistent with best management practices. And again, like I mentioned to Councilmember Shoresman, you know, there's been some great strides forward, but existing challenges exist, especially with projects that have been previously approved under various development agreements. And so we're sorting through and identifying those you know, gaps where we really need to focus in on, and we'll be including that in the scope of work going out for RFP for the next round.
So if I'm understanding correctly, that just means that you're going to be refining how we administer as a city the below market rate housing to ensure that people have information and access and communication and all of that.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I had a question about the pro-housing incentive funds and what we can realistically expect from that. What I'm really excited to hear more about is how we can tap into some more funding for getting at that low and very low income housing. And it's fantastic pro-housing designation. So what will that actually mean for us in terms of, or is it too early to tell what we'll be able to tap into there?
I think the immediate benefit is going to be for our ability to apply for pro-housing incentive program funds, and we should be eligible for up to $750,000 through this program. And this is an application we're working on right now. It's due in a couple weeks. And this can be used for a wide array of below market rate housing programs, and or to just leverage units, leverage projects. So we're intending to request it for our affordable housing fund to augment our fund for use to leverage projects.
Awesome. And is that a one-time pot of money, or is that something that we could expect to?
We should be able to apply for it again going forward. And additionally, we will have sort of points and eligibility to apply for programs, other grant programs, because we have this pro-housing designation. And so we'll be certainly looking at opportunities where, you know, we were lost in the fray with other jurisdictions, but we might be a nice shiny piece of coal for applying, because we have this designation, one of the California cities that has that designation. and that could leverage infrastructure funds as well.
You mentioned a revitalization of the Begin program, the down payment assistance, and I was wondering if that meant that we were going to see additional funds, or if that just meant it was going to be administered differently, or if you could tell me a little bit more about that.
Sure. Several years ago, the city applied for funds through the state Begin program, and we immediately spent those funds on like 10 units, like 10 years ago. And we continue to reloan out those funds as they are paid back. And so that's been the essence of our down payment assistance program. In addition to that, we have established down payment assistance in working in collaboration with Avila Ranch. They had a requirement to produce down payment assistance for their workforce housing units. And so we've implemented a program to do that. That's $20,000 for to help down payment, to provide down payment assistance for those units, but that's specific to that project. We are working on looking at other state programs. Since Begin, nothing's happened with Begin programming at the state, to be able to hopefully leverage additional state money and establish a more robust fund to provide this down payment assistance. The down payment assistance is noted in our current work program, and we have been working on that, and so we hope to be able to bring forward a feasible program probably late this year.
Wonderful. And sorry, just two more. I was wondering about the current status of safe parking, if there's hope that we'll see some movement on that rotating safe parking within the city sometime this year, or where that is right now.
Yes, we are actively working with CAPSLO and several churches that are interested in that program. We're refining the program budget right now, and when we are ready to move forward with sites for that, it'll go through a director's action process at the Planning Commission. So we are hopeful that that will launch this year, but there's just still some kind of administration pieces to tie up and make sure that we have a sustainable program that we can go forward with.
Excellent, thanks. And we got several correspondence on the idea of finding alternative venues for funding our affordable housing, and just expanding that pool so that we can really start to address that missing piece. Several folks mentioned things like vacant home fees or second home fees. Obviously, taxes is a whole nother thing to look at. It'd have to go to the ballot, but what are some mechanisms that, I know that the agenda correspondence sort of addressed some of this, that other communities are looking at? How do we potentially leverage vacant homes? I think you mentioned there was something like 9% of the homes potentially in the city are vacant. So just interested a little bit in what we could do there and what other communities are finding success with.
Sure, that's a great question. We did some research on vacant home taxes, and in the agenda correspondence mentioned two jurisdictions, one Santa Cruz, where they had a failed measure, and then another was Oakland, where they have a successfully voted on measure. And they both operate very similarly, where if you do not have a property that's inhabited, either 90 days or 120 days at least out of the year, you have to register with the city as being vacant and then pay, $3,000 to $6,000 a year. That pot of money then is allocated by the city to, I think in Oakland's case, it goes to obtaining affordable housing units in the city. And then they have some specific things that are not required to pay that tax if it's an affordable unit, or there's other, you have a sickness or an illness and that's why you're out of the house. So that's the main way I've seen this handled. Again, it's a tax, so that's a vote of the people. And one thing to think about is the benefit and then the cost to facilitate this type of information. I mean, it's hard to know what people are doing without requiring constant information from people. And so it's, as we know from things like vacation rentals. It can be like just chasing down information. So I think it's important to weigh what is the actual benefit versus the cost of something like that.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the data on that. Like, what would the recovery be on putting that into the work plan? And then I had a lot of interest from folks who were wondering if there was going to be any sort of roadshow with this, because today we're making comment on where our priorities are. I know we got a lot of really incredible kind of expert feedback on particular elements that they wanted to see expanded on. And so I was curious if there was going to be, a bringing together of all of the stakeholders who are very excited about what was in this.
Sure. So we've already received one request from the chamber, I believe, for staff to come speak about this item. We are always more than happy to talk to people about housing in particular. And so we, love to hear from people what they're dealing with, if they're living here or trying to develop. Reach out to us. We also host, the developers roundtable. We can bring this information to them. And then I think depending on the direction from the city council, we will have more robust discussions. I mean, we have to update our housing element every 8 years. That seems like a long time, but that's going to start. The conversations are going to start 2 years from now, probably. So it's not that far away that we need to really start ramping up these conversations with the community about housing.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So what I'm hearing is an invitation for folks to reach out if they want you to come and speak about this.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. I was curious that there was no mention of mobile homes or mobile home parks in the whole spectrum. I think if we're going to talk about reality and not just theory or wishes or, in real life terms, our mobile home parks are affordable housing. And often, many of these mobile home parks are age restricted. So we have some seniors, we have some relatively low income seniors living in these mobile home parks. And then we have families, lots of families in the mobile home parks. For about $150,000, you can buy a brand new double wide mobile home, manufactured house. Then you have to find a space to put it in. And the average rent space, including utilities, in the one park I'm most familiar with because my daughter lives there, it's about $600 a month, utilities and space rent. And then if you own your home, it's really affordable housing for somebody who's working in a relatively low wage category. So why are we not even talking about mobile home parks? Because I am a big advocate for mobile homes, manufactured housing. The pallet, the pallet model is good, but it's really just for like one person, maybe two. But what happened to mobile home parks? Why aren't we planning for them and advocating for them?
Questions, and great question and good information provided for that housing type. And we didn't include it, and we certainly can. We didn't include it because they're controlled by the state and operated by the state. Now, the city does, provide zoning for where they can be located, and we do allow them in all our residential districts. We've gone to the extent we can in terms of zoning. Certainly, we could think about other ways to try to facilitate it, but a lot of the control is not with us, it's with the state.
I can respond to that. It's HCD, Housing Community Development. They inspect it. They have certain safety standards. But actually, these are little businesses right in the city. They have to get a business license. They rent houses. They rent the unit. So I'm just curious why, if we're talking about a housing continuum, I just would suggest that it at least in a footnote be mentioned because it's so important to our community.
Provide that into the continuum going forward.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pease.
Thank you. I don't have any questions at this time. I do look forward to the public comment, especially in terms of priority. We have just so many ideas and options, and it'll be great to get feedback on what our community and our experts feel are top focus areas of both time and funding.
Thank you. I don't believe you have an answer to my question, but I have to ask it so that future-wise we can chat about it. I know that we've talked about ADUs and doing the standardized plans, and there's the new legislation now. Can you share how many ADUs are either have been built or are in process in the last year or so, and kind of why we haven't jumped into being ahead of the game on the standardized plans for ADUs and JADUs?
A great question. We've permitted 100 ADUs last year, 2022 rather, and 82 for this 2023 year. So we're doing fairly well in permitting ADUs. In comparison, in 2015, we permitted 4. So we did see a jump in ADU requests and permits without the standardized plans. However, and we were preparing to work with the county and utilizing some of the plans that they developed that are available for us to use. And now with the state legislation, new state legislation that it will be requiring by next year, all cities provide some level of standardized pre-approved plans for accessory dwelling units. We'll be doing that. The breadth of plans that we could offer can range from just a couple to, a wider spectrum of plans, and that would cost us more to develop. So that's why we mentioned it in the staff report of whether we could just, borrow the county's pre-approved plans and use them, or develop our own going forward that are more customizable to San Luis Obispo. We do have to make sure they're permitted with not only state code, but city, requirements so that they really can operate as off the shelf. And of course, the second they're changed, then they have to go into a regular review cycle.
Perfect, thank you. And I think Mr. Lowe had something to add.
Yes, Michael Lowe, Chief Building Official. So for this particular law where we're required to have a process or structure in place to have pre-approvals, it actually has the condition where if an architect submits the application, then we need to have a process to kind of record that and document it and be able to use it again on a future project. And so what we're missing right now in our current structure is just the online component where that's available, but we already have that system in place and we're using it for our tract developments for the homes that we're seeing repeated. And so we get a stock plan, we review that stock plan, and then when the developer comes in to apply for a permit of the same model home, we just have to do a site review for that. And so we already have a system in place to meet the requirements for this law. We just don't have that online component up at this time.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And for the ADUs, as far as the rental versus I have my family member in the ADU, the key way someone can find that out is through the business license, or what does that look like? How does someone find out how people are using it as a rental versus a VRBO versus their mom?
So right now, we don't have that information. If you operate rental units, you should get a business license, but we don't have the ability to know in any given ADU if it's occupied by a family member for no rent or being rented on the market.
I didn't think so, but I just want to make sure. Thank you so much. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Just one more question. I had asked a question and you responded in an agenda review about limited uptake on flexible density. But I also just wanted to add in there maybe a quick discussion of, we have flexible density, we put the 75-foot height limits in, but we're just not seeing a lot of that downtown high density infill happening. And I was wondering if we could have a quick discussion on what levers we might need to be pulling in order to get that done.
Sure. So that's a fantastic question. I think there's a few things that are probably at play. I'm not a developer. I'm sure there are people in this room that could give you more refined answers than I. One is there could be something about the ordinance itself that needs to be tweaked, requirements or, height limits, parking limits, setbacks, something. Two is that it's only a year old. And so it does take the market a little bit of time to respond to new regulations. So people have owned property for a long time. The other thing is that we might have property owners that just are not interested in developing at this time. And so while it looks like there's a lot of opportunity downtown, you have to have this magic time of a property owner that wants to do something right now and has the financing. We've also experienced just an incredible increase in cost of construction and cost of materials and cost of financing right about at the same time when this ordinance was being put into place. So it's possible that those things have deterred development in general. And then, downtown is unique and there's some unique things that come with lots that are sometimes a little bit constrained. You don't have an alley in the back for loading. It's hard to make a curb cut if you do want to make parking to make something marketable because the market is telling you need parking. You're just limited with smaller lots that are constrained because they have 0 lot lines with neighbors. So there are a number of things that could be at play there. And it's, we obviously would love to see people take advantage of this ordinance. It's been put in place for a reason. And there are ongoing conversations that I hope to have, especially with the development community, to further understand why it's not being utilized.
Thank you for that. And I might invite, I see some developers in the room. If anybody wants to make comment on that, I'd appreciate just getting a little feedback.
Okay, it looks like city manager has a comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to hop in here about the height and thank Director Tway on the flexible density. I think there are some pieces, and we've just had some preliminary conversations and probably some more study would help reveal why haven't we seen flexible density come in? Because I think that there was clear intention by the council to try to provide some flexibility. Now getting back to the height, I think that's another policy area that I think probably warrants some, some exploration with developers. Director Tway and I did have conversation with an architect who provided some keen insight. And, there was a few takeaways. As you just recall, I think there's been one project that's been approved and wasn't built. I think there are some elements of the ordinance that were good intention back in 2008, but we're now 16 years later, plus, and we haven't seen anything come forward. And I think it's, a lot of the conditions that are required to get to 75 feet. There's also, I think, an underlying question of, well, what is the, underlying economics to make a project pencil? And so, Director Tway and I have had some conversations of, is it time that we start to pair up an underlying land use economist with, some of these policies so that, they're paired and matched up and the council has full information about, okay, well, what is the residual land cost? What is the cost of construction? What are the city's fees? And what is that Goldilocks point ultimately where we can see the type of housing, or investment in our downtown? I think that's the key to unlocking some of these vacant properties that are downtown is providing those clear policy signals to some of the property owners that, here is a clear pathway that, will both satisfy a city need of housing and infill development and at the same time provide, a decent amount of return and some clarity about permitting and entitlement.
Thank you very much. We'll move forward now to public comment. No. Oh, so sorry. Thank you. Councilmember Schwarzman had one more question. I apologize.
Thank you. Just one last thing. we did receive sort of a group of correspondence leading up to tonight in the last couple of days that was focused more on a slightly different slant to the discussion that we're having tonight on, you know, more creating housing and what are the levers we can push and pull as a city to create housing. The other group of emails that we got was more around rental protections. And I know we've had a couple of conversations about code enforcement and rental protections over the last several months. And I want to ask, I guess, if I remember correctly, there were going to be other opportunities in the work plan, or you were going to come back, community development was going to come back with sort of a report on where things are at with our rental policies. And that's not tonight. That's a future night. Am I correct in my memory?
Partially. So we did get a number of comments and consistently get a number of comments about safe housing and then renter protections. And so there's a few things we have. I'm proud to report that our code enforcement team is fully staffed and we're really getting on board with the education component of safe housing because we heard that loud and clear at our code enforcement study session, and working with some community groups on that. And then we also have a work program item that will go to the council. It's a memo to council about renter protection policies. So outlining different options and talking through those options. That's a work product that's being done in partnership between community development and the city attorney's office. And we expect that to be done probably sometime in late spring.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was remembering. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move forward now to public comment. And can you remind me how many people we have to speak?
We have 13.
13. Okay. Sounds good. Then we'll go ahead and move forward.
Okay. Our first speaker is John Tricamo, then Damian Mavis, and then Scott Collins.
Hold on one second. Okay.
Good. If I could be granted just a little bit extra, I'd love to answer the flexible density question along with my comment. If that's because I think the flexible density question is very important. And I think,
let me ask you a question. Do you have someone else that you can pass on part of your comments to? Because we have 13 people, which already means we're going to be at 40 minutes of public comment, which is past our 15 minutes. So
I'll try to squeeze them both in.
Okay, perfect.
So quickly regarding flexible density, you know, the major problem is that it's constrained to an arbitrary downtown district. And that downtown district was defined because we still have housing policy on the books that limits growth. And that was the only area of city that doesn't apply to. And so I think that that's important to say out loud that, you know, we really should get rid of policy that limits growth if we're a pro-growth city. And so that's a different conversation, but it's an interesting point to make around flexible density and how it is constrained to an area of the city that's very hard to leverage it. My comments tonight are more around the sewer lateral program. You know, I don't know how much people are aware of this, but it really is a program that's disincentivizing development in areas that are most appropriate to leverage state housing law to increase density. And there are also areas that support the major city goal of climate action, open space, and sustainable transportation, right? So we're limiting growth in downtown and the foothill area, and those areas are most important. I happen to have 3 projects that are entitled in those areas, 2 single families, an ADU, and 17 multifamily units. And I don't know that we're going to be able to go forward building them with the burden of the sewer lateral offset program. I ask questions and you know, I've been kind of pestering staff about this continuously. And so, you know, in my research, I found several things about the program that are interesting to me. And one is that it's going to take over 1,000 lateral replacements to solve the I&I problem. And so at that rate, you're never going to solve the problem with density. And so it starts to ask, why are we forcing this program onto, haranguing extra density with this program and the cost of that? I understand that it was, the end in mind originally was to allow development to continue, but the prices of property in these zones are not coming down because of this program. It's just preventing additional density. It's 10 times the sewer capacity when it rains. Again, I can't express enough. There's no amount of laterals that are going to be fixed through the program that are going to address that. And so I really would call on council to take a good look at that and, evaluate what that's doing to permit pulling in these kind of crucial housing areas. And I feel like it's important to bring to council because oftentimes staff had said, our hands are tied by the law. Our hands are tied with what we can do. We can't offer incentives. We can't offset the cost. We can't do A, B, and C because of the way the law was written into the books. So I really would encourage you guys to look at that because it's hampering housing in some pretty crucial areas.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Damian Mavis, then Scott Collins, then Ken Triguero.
Good evening. My name is Damian Mavis with Covelop. We're a local builder and developer. I wanted to congratulate everyone's hard work on SLO being named a pro-housing city. And I also really like the concept tonight of the housing continuum. It's a really easy way to visualize each piece of this affordable housing crisis. So as a market rate builder and developer, I don't have the access to tax credit financing mechanisms that our nonprofit colleagues have. So really, we can have an impact on market rate home rental and ownership portions of this continuum. The highest income group of the below market rate housing for deed restricted is the moderate, which is 120% of the area median income, which equates to $493,000 sale price for a 3-bedroom home. Anything above that is market rate and left up to builders like ourselves to supply. We saw in the staff report that 62% of all residential zone land is zoned for single family residential, which is certainly the most lucrative residential to develop is single family residential. The problem is the average price of the new single family residential in SLO is $968,000. So to afford that, you have to be making 225% of the AMI. So there's this huge gap from 120% deed restricted to 225% AMI to buy a single family home. So what's in between is what I think us market rate developers really need to focus on, which is, and what we've been focusing on as a company, which is missing middle housing. So modest multi-unit buildings that are compatible in scale to standard single family neighborhoods. So in that vein, missing middle housing, a 3-bedroom flat comes in at about $585,000, which is 135% of AMI. 3-bedroom townhome comes in at about $775,000, which is 180% of AMI. And so this kind of completes the continuum to single family residential. So one way to do this, I think, is incentivize this type of housing that fills this gap is bringing back a modified version of Table 2A that was eliminated during the IHO update. So a structure that reduces but not eliminates the inclusionary housing requirements for affordable by design projects. It can be modified to promote the type of housing that is sorely needed in this community. I also think any sort of fast tracking or streamlining of missing middle housing projects would be great. And I'd also like to applaud staff for suggesting that the Margarita area specific plan update have an emphasis on missing middle housing. I think altogether these steps would make a meaningful incentive to produce this type of housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Collins, then Ken Triguero, and then Jim D'Antona.
Good evening. I'm Scott Collins, Executive Director for the Housing Authority of San Luis Obispo. Thank you, Mayor, City Council, and staff for being true leaders in housing. The city has made tremendous progress as evidenced by your pro-housing designation and your consistent support of affordable housing projects. And special thanks to City Manager Derek Johnson. Your consistent leadership on this and other incredibly challenging issues is deeply appreciated by our community. Thank you for your service, and we at Haslo wish you best of luck in your next endeavor. Thank you for the incredibly thorough staff report. I just want to make some comments on below market and supportive housing, and if I have time, market rate. The city is doing a great job in these buckets. From 2022 through the end of next year, we will construct or rehab 350 units in the county, many of which will be within the city of SLO. This is great news, something to celebrate. You have good things outlined in this. Support for ACA 1 could really open up some doors for local tax measures here for affordable housing and continue the collaborations you're already doing. These measures will help sustain the pace of development by us and by People's Self-Help Housing. However, projects that we provide typically have 500 to 1,000 people on the wait list, right? So those are people who are eligible to get into our housing but can't because there's not enough. So we're facing a crisis. That's what we're facing here. And it's important that you continue to support us, but I think there's ways to get market rate developers involved. And in addition to doing what they do well, but maybe getting into below market rate as well. On that note, I'd like to touch on a couple topics. Zoning, look at Sacramento. They've effectively ended single family zoning. There are milder approaches like Senate Bill 684 and Senate Bill 10 and Margarita specific plan. This will create more inclusive housing in your community and help you achieve your DEI goals. More ministerial permits. The City of Los Angeles declared a housing emergency. 18,000 units were permitted in the last year for 100% affordable, 75% of which were done by market rate developers. They've eschewed doing luxury apartments because they can make more money doing affordable projects. This is something to look into, and they're not taking any public funds. Parking, many cities and states are getting rid of parking minimums. Review public infrastructure requirements that we heard earlier. Consider low interest loans for developers, as perhaps missing middle would be a requirement, or low income housing would be a requirement of that. Make sure you apply staffing and consulting resources to implement all said programs, and we greatly appreciate the fact that you're having this item before us and giving us an opportunity to provide input. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
After Ken is Jim D'Antona and then Diego Cervantes.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Ken Triguero from People's Self-Help Housing. Kudos, I want to say it to you too for obtaining the pro housing designation. That is so cool. We're pretty active all over the Central Coast, working in about 30 jurisdictions. We're usually talking about you as the example, so appreciate your leadership and getting ahead of so many others. I think the first on the Central Coast for that designation. We feel like that's going to really help us at the project level eventually as regulations catch up with giving us some priority points as well. So it's a good thing. Some random things. This was a great staff report. You guys are doing so many good things. It's kind of hard to figure out what else can you do, but I think that's the question you're answering. So appreciate you bringing us together. On zoning, I would just say a couple things. Yeah, getting that parking count down is really helpful. I was going to mention mixed use. That's been a struggle for us because the financing program, and I've really got the affordable capital A hat on. It's hard to mix financing when it comes to mixed versus residential financing. So whenever there's the ability to minimize or eliminate that, that's super helpful. Or let us, utilize our community space for that commercial component. I was going to say, as the discussion unfolded too, we're working in Santa Barbara too. They've got their AUD thing, not ADU, AUD, where you can really buy right, build in certain areas downtown. The certainty is really the factor, I think, and we were the first to use that, and that was the main reason why we did that. That's where you can get, 3 to 5 stories. We're ready to do another one. We're able to, with respect to the parking structure, able to build that in a stick-built sort of format, meaning we can keep the costs down. We don't have to do this podium structure. So there's some pretty hopeful, maybe that's something that the staff could take a look at on, how they're working their program. It's all about the money too. I think Haslo is talking about, some of those factors you pointed out, some things that are super helpful. In the staff report, I saw work more on the I'm almost out of time. I'm going to speed up here. The deferral of the impact fees acts like a source of financing that's super helpful. The down payment assistance on homeownership, there's a movement here to bring the philanthropy community into that. I think we can, sort of tap into that more. Going to land, I saw a lot of good things in the staff report. Working with school districts too to help figure out, how to use that land, I think I would add. We are working with churches, used SB4 recently in Ventura. It's going to be a great thing. We can certainly unlock some of those situations. I'm going to land on an example here. Here's big and bold. City of Thousand Oaks is donating land. They went in, it's not surplus land, they bought land. They're donating to a project. Ownership, we're going to build 78 condos. And
Thank you so much.
I can talk more about this if you ask me questions about it.
Yes, definitely. Thank you.
Jim D'Antona, and then Diego Cervantes, and then Garrett Philbin.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, staff. Thank you for having this discussion tonight. Obviously, SLO Chamber has been banging the drum and continues with your support to make housing a priority. You've done an amazing job. Love the staff presentation that really talked about one of our key issues, all levels of housing and how important it is to have that for a strong community. I will also sing the praises. Congratulations on a pro-housing city designation. We love that. We want to make sure that's being effective. So just a couple initial suggestions in the questions that staff provided. Really, I think you've tackled questions 1 and 2. It's question 3 that we had some few ideas. We submitted communication. Sorry, it was so late. So I just wanted to highlight a couple key points. The previous land use circulation element update that you did absolutely was fantastically, it worked like magic. It's time now that we've done almost all that to potentially look at doing it again or doing a targeted general plan update, really looking around those areas of Upper Monterey, Mid-Higuera, Margarita, Tank Farm to really make these take away those discretionary issues or the question of what land is valued at and what can be developed there. We think that'd be super important. As Damien pointed out, obviously Table 2A was a conversation during the inclusionary housing ordinance discussion. And what the value of it is the incentivizing of those projects that produce smaller units that are more accessible to our workforce. Flexible density, Councilmember Francis, thank you for bringing that up, along with the height. Those are the last two that we really touched on. The staff really work closely with the development community to see if that would work. We don't know that it is, and we should have more questions as maybe what is or isn't working. We love that the conversation happened, and maybe we just need to fine tune some of that. Then on the 75-foot piece, still the tallest building in this town was built 100 years ago, and we can't get above that. So we've got to be able to help figure out why that is so that we can bring some of that density so that we can preserve our open spaces and get folks in the downtown, right, living in the downtown and creating those more accessible to the workforce housing. Thank you for all you're doing. Really appreciate this conversation and look forward to working with staff with creating even more tangible results. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I encourage you to chat with Scott Collins about that building.
Diego Cervantes, and then Garrett Philbin, and then Kimmy Yoon.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Diego Cervantes, and I am a member of the Slow Rent Coalition. First, I would like to thank the Council for having this study session. I appreciate that you're hearing our voices, and I look forward to our continued cooperation. Today, I would like to recommend policy that would prohibit no-fault evictions, and especially rent evictions. Rent evictions, for those who may not know, is an eviction of a tenant for the purpose of substantially remodeling a property, although what a landlord designates as substantial is often dubious. Regardless, tenants can be kicked out of their home for no fault of their own, and this practice is labeled as just cause under the Tenant Protection Act. Let it be made clear, there is nothing just about a no-fault eviction. My belief in the prohibition of these types of evictions is based on a simple principle. A landlord who has signed a contract to provide a person with housing must stick to their agreement. They must not be allowed to threaten a person with homelessness in order to make cosmetic upgrades to their property. I have an idea. They could wait until their contract with the person who is relying on them to keep a roof over their head has been completed. Rent evictions must be only executed in the case where a dwelling has become uninhabitable and a threat to the safety of their occupant. In the case where a tenant must be evicted because a landlord has failed to maintain the safety and security of a property, it must also be the obligation of the landlord to ensure their tenant does not become homeless as a result of negligence. In these cases, landlords must be required to have renovation permits in hand and give early notice to their tenant, perhaps 120 days as opposed to the current 60. Tenants should be also given priority to re-rent their unit post-renovation with stricter caps on rent increases between 2 and 5%. These protections would ensure that tenants are adequately prepared to move and are not left out to dry throughout the relocation process. For those concerned about the feasibility of implementing these policies, many of these protections have already been implemented by our neighbors down the road in Santa Barbara, proving to the residents of San Luis Obispo, yes, we can. Remember, at the end of the day, this is about taking care of each other as a community. It is about respecting our agreements with each other as individuals, and it is about not allowing the vulnerable in our town to be cast out of the places they call home in the name of cosmetic upgrades and rent increases. We, the people of San Luis Obispo, must ensure that these policies are passed if we are able to live up to the motto of our beautiful county, not for ourselves alone. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Garrett Philbin, Kimmy Nguyen, Donna Hare Price.
Hello, City Council. Also want to join everyone saying congrats on the pro housing designation. Now we have to actually live up to that title, I think. If I could be pointed, it's not really the time for more studies or for iterating around the edges and on the margins of what we think is politically accomplishable. It's time to remove the barriers to housing that are still in place today. We have restrictive zoning. We have really high inclusionary fees. Someone mentioned the sewer lateral program. I think those are all worthy things that you could take a second look at. Out of the whole package, and obviously there's too much for everyone to comment on tonight, I may be the most excited to hear about the plans for Missing Middle and about pre-approved plans for that. What I was hoping to see more of was an established commitment by the city to put Missing Middle in their R1 and R2 zones. The last time I looked, those two zones account for over half of the land within the city boundary, and we are doing ourselves a disservice by forcing the development to happen on the edges of our city boundary and forcing those new developments to capture the brunt of the commitment that we need to meet. I believe we need a strong vision for growth within our existing neighborhoods where there's already existing infrastructure, existing social connections. I think healthy neighborhoods change and they adapt to the times that they're in. And I'm hoping this vision could have champions in your council. Lastly, I believe we need to do better by our homeless community. The city's metrics, as stated in the staff report, for moving the needle seems to be about increasing awareness of the problem, and I think that doesn't quite meet the goal of putting roofs over people's heads. So if we're doing all this work to collect data, to understand the problems and the factors of people moving into homelessness, please recognize that, just aiming at increased awareness obscures and kind of defers the problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donna Hare Price, Delaney Jen, and then Miles Couch.
Good evening. I'd like to offer feedback in 3 specific areas: homelessness prevention, supporting first-time home buyers, and data needs. The best way to prevent homelessness is to help keep people who are already housed in their homes. Many households in our city are rent burdened. Too many of your constituents risk losing their homes due to one unforeseen, unanticipated circumstance. So one of the most effective ways to keep people housed is to ensure legal representation for any tenant in the city who is facing eviction. Rates of eviction are significantly lower for tenants who are represented in housing court compared to those who are not. Yet, just 3% of tenants are represented in eviction cases compared to over 80% of landlords. Providing representation is a cost-effective measure for the city. Slow Laugh, CRLA, Slow Solutions only serve a very small segment of the affected population and don't have the resources or capacity to serve the vast majority of our tenants in distress. To encourage first-time home buyers, we support down payment assistance programs. We encourage the city to apply a racial equity screen to applicants to ensure the broadest possible representation. We believe that programs funded and managed by local agencies are more effective and more equitable than those funded and managed by the developer builder, with payments going into the revolving fund to enable program sustainability and expansion. Pairing DPA with a right of first offer policy would enable the city to ensure that such subsidized homes remain available for the program when buyers elect to buy them on the market. We encourage the city to develop an inventory of rental homes that include needed information about the property, such as ADUs. Scores of communities across California and the entire country maintain such databases of rental properties, which would allow us to understand current housing conditions and address our unique housing challenges. Recently, Monterey and Salinas have established rental inventories. We need one in SLO too. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Delaney, and then Miles Couch, and then Donna Lewis.
Hi, my name is Delaney. I am a SLO resident and also a renter. I just want to echo the same sentiments and suggestions from previous pro-housing speakers and other public comments that were made tonight. Zoning reforms are needed, reduced parking requirements, streamlining permitting processes, and reducing pre-development costs and modifying inclusionary housing fees are needed, and I think we can all agree would really help. So I want to thank you as well for all your hard work and your commitment to addressing housing at all levels, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Miles Couch, and then Donna Lewis, and Luke Dunn.
Miles Couch. I live in the city and I'm a renter. It's a struggle to rent in the city. My rent has gone up by about 20% over the last 2 years, which makes it a struggle to, number one, save any money for a potential down payment, and also to feel like I have a secure place to live long-term here in the city. I hope the city finds ways to allow and incentivize denser multifamily rental housing in walkable neighborhoods. I encourage building more affordable options for ownership. I'm excited you're continuing to work on and look at the flexible density program. And I also hope you take a close look at the sewer lateral program, which may be illegal under the Housing Accountability Act, which prohibits making housing projects infeasible that otherwise comply with zoning and design standards. without written findings about health and safety reasons. The city also needs to find ways to ensure that landlords aren't violating state law, specifically rent gouging prohibitions under the Tenant Protection Act. That might include a rental registry as well as requirements as part of the business licensing process to ensure that landlords are certifying that any rent increases are not in excess of what is currently allowed under state law. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donna Lewis, Luke Dunn, and then Garrett Philbin. And that's our final.
Good evening, council persons. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in front of you. And I just wanted to commend staff for a really, really fantastic and comprehensive report. It was one of the better ones I've seen in a long time. I am fortunate to do a lot of work with affordable housing in the city of San Luis Obispo, so have quite a bit of different experiences and perspective on things. People spoke to missing middle housing. That missing middle housing can't happen without down payment assistance, which others have commented on as well, to really encourage council to direct staff to focus. And I know it's part of the work plan currently, but to really ramp up efforts in that way. Inclusionary housing without down payment assistance does not make that inclusionary housing as accessible for those who really need it. One of the things I see in the program that I think needs some evaluation as well is that there are households who are currently able to purchase inclusionary housing in town with any amount of down payment. So sometimes kind of the households that are over subsidized or not what we would picture as the buyer of inclusionary units. So taking a look at that in the guidelines and just kind of evaluating the guidelines as a whole. I don't think it's been done in spots and spits and fits, I guess, but not thoroughly and comprehensively with stakeholders involved to give input to that. I would encourage work to be done in collaboration even with the county on broader funding mechanisms and ideas, and maybe workshopping that with other stakeholders as well. Considering, throwing the spaghetti against the wall and considering all the crazy things, including, a bond or an additional property tax on maybe second homes and investment properties. Sounds crazy and something I probably wouldn't have said a few years ago, but I think with 67% of our housing stock being non-owner occupied, it's possible that some of the burden to expand funding for affordable housing could be borne by property owners who don't occupy the property. And then I would encourage more work to be done in working with other cities in the county to collaborate on consistent ways in which inclusionary housing and below market rate housing is put out there, or the programs and policies around it, so that it's more consistent, so that people who are looking for that housing, it's just more consistent for them, and it's not as confusing a process for them to kind of identify and find that type of housing. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Luke Dunn, and then our final speaker is Garrett Philbin.
Hi again. Talk about socioeconomic disparity. My comments are in regards to the first two sections of the housing continuum. That would be the furthest to the left when looking at the graphics. The homeless and emergency shelter, I'm curious about the interim approach again for the people experiencing homelessness until some of these plans come to fruition. Where do the people to go if you can't be here? There were also some remarks about the homelessness and emergency services being at capacity. May we have a clarification on how impacted these services are? I would say they are beyond capacity and turn people away. Due to what I assume are hundreds of people on the waiting list, and that when 40 Prado is not deemed a warming center, again, the specific criteria for them to meet that definition. But if not, then the doors are closed. Upon a Google search, it actually appears that the 40 Prado Center is open 24 hours a day. It's not the case. And then I've also noticed some inconsistent verbiage on the websites about the warming center criteria. There was also a number that was, and thank you so much, Daisy, by the way, that was just so much, such a great presentation, but the question or clarification, was it 385 was the number of the pit count for the homeless population here. If that was accurate, I was just wondering if how many people would agree that that's grossly inaccurate. If you deduct the number of people that are actually at 40 Prado participating is what to refer to is the 90-day program, then you'd, I assume, have a number under 200 people, and even the clarification of the 128, again, help with the number, shelter beds, as opposed to the 60 or so cots that are then taken out when it is deemed warming center. So again, just distinction on those numbers, maybe get some clarification on those distinction in numbers, perhaps have an accurate number of the people that are waiting, the waiting list, that are on the waiting list to receive services at this facility. Again, for the 90-day program, the safe parking site, some other interesting things. It's just like a drop in the bucket, you know, the 7 spaces to 12 spaces for, that's 5 extra spaces for safe parking, you know, to spare the details on that. Just to put the, try this one, the William Sievers property next door to the 40 Prado homeless shelter, could this potentially be deemed as an interim safe camping, safe parking location? There was also a remark about something being uninhabitable, which reminded me about the Men's Colony West facility. I don't know if anyone has actually gone over there and got a clear determining factor if those barracks are actually uninhabitable and could potentially be used for some of this overflow. Again, what are the plans for California CMC West? The Elks RV storage right off of Elks Road. Does anyone even live there? Could that be potentially used? I saw some figures for the cost of money. I thought it was $70,000 for a tiny home and about $10,000 per unit for a prefab modular. Okay, thank you so much for everything, y'all.
Yeah.
Our final speaker is, sorry, Garrett Philbin. Is he still here? No, that was it.
Wow, thank you so much for all of our speakers who really appreciate your time, one, to just be here, and two, many of you also wrote in emails, and we, I know I really appreciate, but I know that my colleagues do as well. Getting the detail that you sent in on this issue is so huge, because we really are looking at your detail to talk with staff about how do we bring forth what happens next with housing. So, and some of the things that were brought forth, we are working on, which is great, but there's so much more. So really appreciate, and I just want to share that today, more than probably ever today. Vice Mayor Pease.
Thank you so much. And again, echoing the gratitude to have so many folks coming out and weighing in on so many issues. And with that, I'm actually hoping to maybe ask Timmy Tway or City Manager a little bit about a process question. We've heard, you know, you already had a lot of information. We've gotten a lot of correspondence. Our expertise is not going to be in picking out, you know, specific individual programs. So can you maybe just help us with a little bit about process, expectation, everything that you've brought in, what's next?
Yes, and that's a great question. That's one of the opportunities and challenges with a study session like this is, you know, we've made it clear we are working very hard on the things on our work program, but there's obviously so much more to do. So we have to figure out how do we balance doing what we have already started with also starting to think about what we can do in the future. I think I would encourage council to think about this several steps. So there's, I think, things that you can do tonight that provide very valuable information to both staff and the public. So, you know, again, if there are areas like missing middle or below market rate that you say we need to be focusing on this, that's signaling to developers in the room or who are watching, like that's the type of housing we want to see. Because we often have people come to us and say, is this something the city would support, or what about this project? Or there's parts of the code that let developers ask to provide different public incentives, and one of those things is additional affordable units, right? So if they are hearing in this public forum that certain types of housing are important and are supported by the city, I think that's one thing you can do this evening. It also helps us for the programs we're already working on. So my colleagues already mentioned some of the specific plan areas that we are going to be starting to look at, and also conversations about Upper Monterey. And if we know there's specific interest from the city council to look at a specific type of housing or typology, we can weave that interest into those conversations that are already starting. So there's, signaling to us what is of interest to you, and then also program-wise, if there are things you'd like us to start thinking about as we start looking at funding for the next fiscal plan, staffing, those are things that we are needing to plan for, in the next few months. And so if we are hearing that there's interest in specific programs, policy changes, conversations you'd like to see, that is very helpful for us, that we would then come back during the next financial planning cycle. And kind of another level is, as we're hearing things, I know the conversation is tangential, but also very relevant to this, is the renter issues. We're taking notes on that and can absolutely wrap up some of those comments and items of interest from the public into the memo to you, so that you can get more information about some of the suggestions and policy options for you related to renters. Does that help a little bit?
Yeah, it's super helpful. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
City Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Vice Mayor Pease, for the question. If I could ask staff to just go back to slide number 10, because I think that's probably insightful and might be a good way to frame some of your discussion. And I think that there's some things that are underway, and some things that probably are more short-term that I think that we can work on. One being the objective design standards. That was very clearly identified by Ms. McClish as an opportunity for us to modify those based upon where we are today and give more clarity. Parking, that's already in our work program. Parking comes up time and time again, so that's something that's already identified. You'll see over the course of the next couple months, you have the Margarita area specific plan and an opportunity to work with some property owners on catalyzing some development, largely based upon some changes to the airport land use plan. I think that will be a very instructive exercise. And then I think longer term, and I think Ms. Twade identified this, I won't be here, but I would recommend highly that the council evaluate a focused update on looking at planning for Upper Monterey and Mid-Higuera. I think those are opportunities that can be in conjunction with and give some insight about, well, what's happening with flexible density and, and a longer term look at the height ordinance. I think those are all areas that are really ripe. I hear the feedback loud and clear from developers around our lateral program. And just to remind everyone, the genesis of that, the city was sued. We settled that litigation, and I think we do have some flexibility about how we administer the program. And I'd look to your utilities director and see if there's some other alternatives out there that can perhaps smooth that out, because I think, as Mr. Giacomo aptly points out, is that some of the areas where we want to see infill are also, unfortunately, the areas where we have I&I and we have constrained areas. And so it was the best program we had at time, and understand the challenges for that. And, is there a different way to get at that? And I think that we've got a very creative and talented team of utilities that can take a look at that. So I see Ms. Twade coming back up. I don't want to oversubscribe this team as I walk out the door, so I want to be mindful of that. So I think that she and her team and Whitney and her team can really figure out what we can do with the existing resources short term, and then what's longer term.
Absolutely, and the one thing I didn't mention is also you telling us what you're interested in and hearing from the community helps us figure out what funding to apply for. We're limited in our staff ability we want to apply to everything, but we also want to do really quality applications. So that's a more immediate thing we can take from this, is understanding what we should be applying for. And I'm just building off of Mr. Johnson's comments about the sewer lateral program. I would be remiss if I didn't note that there are actually some changes that are being contemplated to that program that Utilities is working on right now. So if anyone wants to learn more about that, I encourage you to reach out to the Utilities Department, and those will be coming before the City Council April 2nd, very soon. And those are being done. We've been having great conversations with members of the public about the challenges of that program and things we can do within reason to help try to alleviate some of those challenges. So that is something that is being addressed.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pease?
Yeah, thank you so much. Again, super helpful, and I have a lot of confidence in staff to be able to take kind of the macro ideas and be able to figure out which lever is going to be most effective. So I do, so I'll just kind of say a few notes, kind of big picture. I think the vision of the missing middle, walkable, accessible, multifamily kinds of development, I think is becoming more of a shared vision that, so I do look forward to policies that support that. I think that Jim Dantona's comment about the loose update and kind of the focused specific plans, et cetera, and giving ourselves that opportunity to have the visioning process. So I don't want to, I wrote down be bold, which is kind of a big ask in some ways. And yet I feel like there is an opportunity for kind of an excitement as we rethink that. So this is, maybe the 2 or 3 year plan to be able to have that kind of community process. But I do think that there's a lot of fresh thinking about how we want our community to be, kind of a gentle density type of thing. So some of the specifics, I won't reiterate the programs that are already going. I would say the other theme that keeps coming up is more money, and like, where's that going to come from? So and it's regional, right? When we've talked about either a bond or, maybe it's a countywide TOT, or, maybe if we can't do a regional thing, maybe there is something else that we can apply. But it just seems like, as much as I appreciate the interest in going after Table 2A and having that market rate missing middle, the reality is we took that away because we didn't have enough money for the inclusionary housing, and we're getting 500 to 1,000 people on the wait list for that, right? Both of those things are ridiculously important, and we just don't have all the money that we need. So if we can take down the barriers and do all of that and figure out some additional source of funds, it seems like that we need that combination, because that down payment piece, they're just those things that kind of unlock the reality for folks. So I'll stop there for now. Those are kind of my first thoughts.
Thank you. To your big, bold, I also have both and. I'll come back to that. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I'm not going to take up a lot of your time tonight by repeating everything that Vice Mayor Pease just said, but I would just second everything she said. There is certainly a need and demand for more types of housing, and I'm interested in pursuing options for looking at how do we unlock more of that higher density infill, that mixed use housing, walkable cities that we really, I think, all are trying to work towards. And so, that's not my area of expertise, though. So I think my big message tonight is like, I don't want to take anything off of the table. I would love for the conversation with the area experts to continue. And when interesting ideas come along, when it makes sense for us to pursue that, I don't want us to chase after every butterfly, but when it makes sense, when we feel like there's a big opportunity, I would love for us to try and pursue that. And then the other thing, though, that I really feel like we need to be addressing is that, our glaring gap is below market rate, and it's addressing our homelessness. And we see that there's a need, a demand for market rate housing and for more housing types, yes, but we really just are not getting at that below market rate housing in the way that we need to. And even though we're making really fantastic progress, thank you to all of our nonprofit developers who are working on that. There was a lot of really interesting stuff that was brought up tonight about buy right building downtown. I think Ken mentioned that, the deferral of impact fees on affordable housing, something along the lines of the LA program that was bringing in a lot of market rate developers doing affordable housing. Whatever they're doing, let's figure that out, because that sounded incredible. So I just wanted to bring attention back to those particular issues. I will second the expansion of down payment assistance and really reevaluating our affordable housing regulations, making sure there's regional consistency. I thought that was a huge point, and it feels like one of those little issues, but I think it makes a really big difference in the experience of the people who are trying to navigate those programs. We keep hearing from our community that we need to address renters' issues, and I know that tonight's not the night for that, but I want to make sure that we're really hearing everything that they're saying and bringing it back to the memo in spring. And it's sounding more and more like a lot of the questions that we have can't be answered without some sort of rental inventory. And so I know that that might be something that is labor intensive and cost prohibitive, but at least exploring what would that take so that we can answer a lot of questions we have about what's happening in the community. Councilmember Pease mentioned this. I know what people are saying about inclusionary fees. I understand that, but until we have other sources for affordable housing, I can't stomach getting rid of that. So whatever regional action that means, if it's bonds, if it's a tax, if it's whatever it is, the TOT that you mentioned, these are all things that we need to be aggressively exploring so that we can address this big gap in below market rate. And I know I've just put a million things on your plate, but we really do have a huge gap with our transitional housing right now. And so exploring the viability of county partnerships or doing something around that, because what did we say? We have 12 beds in town. Yeah, we really need to be doing more, because we've got a lot of folks with a lot of needs right now. And that's kind of our emergency underneath all of this. So making sure we're not leaving that issue. And I think that's it for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you, and thanks for this incredible report. It's really comprehensive and it's huge. I mean, our city really is composed of housing and residents, so really we're talking about as the fabric of the community. I just want to back up a little bit and talk about why there's a missing middle. Okay, so we are not a regular normal type of town, and it has to do with the number of students, not just Cal Poly students, but also Cuesta students. So earlier there was talk about trying to get Cal Poly to build more on-campus housing. I think that's a wonderful pressure point we should continue. But the fact is that the housing that was designed for families has been turned into kind of like mini dorms for students. And they're able to charge the landlords who are looking for profit, essentially, are able to charge maybe $1,500 a bedroom, not a room, and maybe sometimes $1,000 a bed, so that a neighborhood house would maybe be $6,000 a month that would be generated. And there's no way that a normal family could do that. Maybe they don't even earn $6,000 a month, right? So I think I'm bringing that up because I think that a lot of what we're struggling with is a product of the fact that we have a very unusual kind of dynamic. And so we do need to be bold in some way, but at the same time, very practical. So I want to say that in terms of our focus, I think further development of the Upper Monterey neighborhood is really important. Also, residential, but also commercial to just liven it up. It's great and pretty undeveloped. I'm a big fan of tenant protection. I think it's really important, and the city has to be very strategic about how we want to approach that. When we had the rental housing inspection program, there was an inventory of rental units. It's outdated right now, but people were asked to identify if they had a rental unit. That's how we knew that they had to be inspected. And I keep saying this about the business licenses. If each house that's rented out had to have a separate iteration in the business license database, that would allow the city to know which units are being rented out. Right now, they can get one business license for 10 rentals, and we don't know where it is. We don't know where these are. So I think it is a big lift for finance, but I think it would really help housing. The question of the whole missing middle, part of the problem is the market. You can build all the ADUs you want, but you should really check out what they're going for in terms of rent. And with these ADUs come cars. And if we eliminate all parking, of course, I think the parking requirements can be looked at and analyzed and tweaked. But if we eliminate it, we're sort of ignoring the reality of the fact the more units are built, the more housing is built, the more cars are going to be here. We might want people to bike more and take buses more and think that would be great. But the reality is the more people you have, the more cars you're going to have. And then what are we going to do with them? If we don't have any parking limits, what's going to happen to those cars? Where are they going to go? You know, it's a recipe for chaos if we don't have some kind of standards for parking, as far as I'm concerned. The down payment assistance program, I don't know how much the city can do with that, but I was really moved by what Donna Lewis was saying, that we do have these affordable units like in San Luis Ranch where I live and elsewhere, and there's kind of a lottery programs for eligible people who can actually move in, and there's some number of them. It's really happening, you can see it. But the question is, how do they get that down payment? So whatever we can do for that, to build, there, to make it, to help those opportunities. And again, I want to mention mobile home parks. I think we should really look into the possibility of facilitating more of them. So the city could theoretically buy some land and get some kind of developer. The mobile homes that they're making right now are just about zero emission. They have solar roofs on the top. They're just like so environmentally sustainable. We think mobile home parks, we think, oh, rotten, dirty trailer parks. Well, guess what? There's a whole new wave of manufactured housing, and I really think that we need to consider, look into at least facilitating that. I loved attachment F. I just love this list. It's great. And what I would say is that when I was looking at the resource intensity, everything where it's low resource intensity, I like that. and anything that's low resource intensity and also can happen in less than a year, wow, let's go there. I mean, whatever is kind of doable and practical and have a real effect. So this is not the big picture stuff. This is really the small picture. The whole question that was brought up about preventing evictions. Now, again, I don't know. I mean, evidently some students are being thrown out from student housing. You know, the landlords say they're going to renovate it, and then they kick the students out, and then they paint the place or something, and then they raise the rent, that kind of thing. I'm not sure how much authority the city would have to approach that, but anything that we could. I also am interested in, is it possible to transform any underutilized spaces into affordable units? Evidently, Home Key has got a program that does that, and I don't know what the potential is for our city. But let me just make sure that was it. I mean, what we're dealing is the commodification of housing. We're dealing with that in a big picture. So how do we move things around? How much can the city do to actually bring back looking at housing as a utility? People are there because they need a place to live. And I think that also will address homelessness, which is a huge concern. You know, I think we're doing a great program with housing. We should just keep it up, but also not allow it to, how do I say, just take over everything else that we're doing about housing. We need to go on all the fronts at once. So thanks for putting up with all those talks. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Shorsman.
Thank you. I will try to go quickly. It helps that most of you mentioned most of the things that I have here on my notes. I think Councilmember Francis in particular must have stolen my notebook because we wrote down all the same things. But I'm curious to see the rental memo when that comes out. I know we have a lot of folks here with concerns about rental issues, and we hear about them weekly, and we hear you, and I hope that we can develop some plans beyond the memo. Once that memo comes out, we can develop some plans potentially in our next financial plan to work on that a little bit more closely. As far as the study questions tonight, I'll just hit on a few topics to kind of catch the top line priorities for me. I think the reason this is so hard is because we need it all, right? And there's so much, as the mayor said, that we can do. If I were going to look at housing types that we need most urgently, highest priority are that below market rate. You have to look at our RHNA numbers to see, as Councilmember Francis said, our below market rate numbers are still low, and that we really need that. Permanent supportive housing partnerships, look forward to more of those. And highest, my top three would be BMR, permanent supportive housing, expansion of safe parking in whatever form that looks like, whether it's at Prado or in a county partnership, or a regional model or a city model, whatever that looks like. I like the idea of the missing middle pre-approved plans, similar to what is being done in lots of areas for ADU plans that are pre-approved. So I am curious about that. I think in terms of programs, the biggest thing that we need to do, people have said it multiple times tonight, is zoning changes and specific plan amendments. And whether that is in a holistic approach, looking at the general plan, or in sort of one-off situations based on certain areas around town. I don't know what the best approach is for this particular point in time, but if we change zoning and we upzone, then that can impact our ability to do all types of housing across the whole spectrum. So I think that's really important and a high priority thing to work on soon. I'm also interested in the down payment assistance, so another vote for that for both BMR and workforce missing middle. I don't know what that looks like or where the funds would come from, but hopefully there's some funding sources out there for that we could expand upon the programs that are already going. And then I am curious about different ways of funding that sort of thing and other programs. Some of the stuff we've talked about tonight with taxes or fees on transfers, second homes. I don't know if there's something that we can do in the next financial planning process, looking at that and analyzing that a little bit more closely and looking at best practices, some of which have been mentioned in the agenda correspondence for the future. But I am curious about how, just in general, we can get more money to build the type of housing that we need, especially at the lower end of the spectrum and missing middle also. And I'm looking forward to the parking minimum and maximum discussion that staff already has queued up coming up soon too. So thank you everybody for all of your great constructive thoughts. We get so much engagement all the time, but around this issue, and I know we just have a lot of people that really, really want to see us improve in our housing capacity. And I look forward to us getting there slowly but surely.
Thank you. And last but not least, I want to just really kind of go back to the both and. I mean, what I heard today was, let's not study anything, let's get it going. Let's make sure we involve our stakeholders. Let's make sure we make it cheaper so we can get things built. But we have to make sure we have the infrastructure so that when we get these things built, that they're safe and healthy for people to live in. We heard earlier today, it takes an hour to get somewhere on the bus. So as we look at how do we create this housing that's further out, but yet can't get people in to town or into their services or even just to a grocery store if we did have the more dense downtown living. I say all this not to be facetious. Oh, and I forgot the last one that is a big conversation that hasn't really been said here, but I've definitely heard it outside of this is, don't tell me what to do with my property. I get to do what I want with it. And yet at the same time, you want to tax me on my second home or my short-term rental. And none of these things am I saying are right or wrong. I'm just telling you what I've been hearing as not just today, but in emails and in conversations around town. And I just wanted to kind of, I guess, put that into perspective for a second, which is we want all these things. We want the RHNA numbers to be down. We are at 50% in this process, but yet we're only at 21% of our homes. That's a problem of what we're trying to meet for the state. And we have, Scott shared earlier, 350 homes in SLO County, granted, in process. So part of it is, I think, and City Manager, you have to correct me because I'll probably say this stat wrong because I always do. I think we have 600 low-income homes being built in the next 6 years. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, that's correct. Yeah, approximately about 600.
So partially, I look at, we have these homes in process in some way, shape, or form, and people are saying, let's get this done. And I'm like, it's getting done, but it's not tomorrow. And that's one of the things that I think is really hard as we have these conversations is sometimes when I hear, let's get this ADU thing taken care of, let's get these homes being built, and we're in process with a lot of it. So I guess as I look at this conversation today, when you say, what should we get done? I mean, all of it. But at the same time, I also look at and see, well, we have some problems with resources. We have the downtown payment assistance to me would be really great, but yet below market housing and unhoused comes before that, but yet it all is tied together. The missing middle homes that we need, I look at this in two different ways. I look at this, if we don't have protection and awareness for renters of their rights and how we can enforce the rules that are already in place, they will then turn out to be unhoused, and then we have this problem. Or they will move away because they can't live here, and then we don't have someone to work, which, as we heard from someone's emails, we don't have enough construction workers to build the homes. So I feel like we're in this very round robin conversation on a regular basis. That being said, I think the resources is really more of what I'm hearing that we could do to help staff be able to do the things we're talking about. When we outsourced for a while, and I think we still are, to an external grant writer to help provide more grants, that was to help provide more money for these different programs and for staff or contracted staff to be able to do this work. So is this conversation, do we need more below market rate housing? Yes, but is it that you need more grant writers to be able to do that work, so that's not on your plate right now? I think that's kind of what I need to hear from you, is it's a constant trade-off of what can we get done. I know hired another enforcement person, so a code enforcement person, which I'm really excited about, because partially when I hear these horrific stories of our renters in this community, if they had only known, they could call us, and that we have enforcement to help. And now that we have some more enforcement to help, do we still need more? I think that probably is a yes. And I think we tell people, hey, there's Slow Laugh, there's CRLA, and those are resources for people, absolutely. Then some people don't even know about them. And they are under-resourced as well. So again, I go back to, is it that we need more funding from grants or philanthropic people? And I also think about, how do we get creative? You know, the California Municipal Finance Authority, we brought them in, I think of a year ago, and we talked about how could we bring in additional funding for lower income housing. And one of the things they said to us, well, we can do this in Slow City. We can purchase a large space, we can create multifamily homes, which could be for low income, could be for missing middle, could be for both. And then we'll own it for 20 years and we'll turn it back to the city, and you can buy it from us for a dollar, whatever that dollar turns out to be. I'm sure it's probably not going to be really the answer, but for a very low price. So I'm constantly looking at, how do we get more contractors or staff to be able to help you access that funding, to be able to access the more housing, or to be able to create the more housing or facilitate the more housing. That's also what I keep looking at, is how to even, you can't stop and all this work you're doing and go now look at a CMFA because, hey, I told you guys about this cool thing that I heard about in another city that does that. You don't have time. And so that's part of what I'm looking at too, as we have these conversations, is yes, we need low income housing. Yes, we need below market rate housing. Yes, we need mostly middle housing. And how do we get you more help to do that? And so as I look at that from my colleagues, we can ask all that we want, but our staff is pretty at capacity. And I'm not saying, that you can't do more, you can't do a trade-off, but these are these things that it keeps me up at night. I look at the flexible density and, someone share, well, this is focused on downtown. And so, yeah, we should look at more areas of our community, whether that is looking at the specific plans we've been talking about. Yes, Upper Monterey seems perfect for that. Mid-Higuera, has been brought up a couple different times, and we're also hearing some concerns from some seniors around how do they get in and out of their home with one point of ingress and egress with this potential change. So how do we truly involve our stakeholders and move fast? And that's something that has been important to me the entire time I've been on council, is how do we increase communication? And I feel like on one hand, we're asking people to do surveys left and right, but maybe it's more targeted stakeholders and making sure that we're involving the right people for the right conversation. And I think, of course, Margarita plan sounds fantastic. I'm all for that. And I go back to transit and I go back to walkability. there's not a lot of food, and are we going to create a food desert by that location? There's not a lot of access to things in that area. So just how do we help people get around if they don't have a car? And again, that goes back to our public transit. And so drivers and vehicles, and also ridership to be able to equal the resources we need is something that concerns me a little bit around there. And I think we used to go to a town and gown conference. I'm sure we will again. The constant conversation around a town with a university next to it. We are a college town. However you want to look at it, there's definitely a connection. And I hear you, and I hear many of the people have been emailing us from this community, have been around here for a long time. And this also affects, as Cal Poly shared, the faculty and staff. The more that we have, I think it's over 60% are lecturers, which means they are not making the tenure amount of dollars and the amount of salary. And so they are also struggling. So the people who you think are doing well and taking care of things, they're also not the people you picture that are saying, how do I live here? I do want to address, Councilmember Marks, the constant conversation you have around mobile homes. Absolutely. I'm not thinking of dirty, whatever picture you're sharing. I know there's some amazing mobile homes, but I also look at the conversation we're having about density and the space that a mobile home would take that can go into 4 to 6 feet, or 4 to 6 stories, sorry, not feet, can house so many more people. So to me, that's why I don't look at mobile homes, because I just think we can house so many more people with that physical space of land. And whether it's the state rules or the fact that a lot of them are owned by private entities, we can't tell the private entities what to do. And they're going to look at this and go, I can make much more dollars if I sell and build more on it. And that's part of what I've been, working with a couple of people locally that constantly are being threatened by their, they're not called property owners, but are property managers, but the position of property manager. The park owners, thank you. So I look at this and I'm worried about the people who are living in the current mobile homes, because they're trying to find ways to kick them out so they can build on that land, and that because they see that density is going to make more than a mobile home. So I just want to share with that. It's not because I don't believe in mobile homes and want people to be able to own something, because you can own something for such a smaller amount, which is nice, but I just look at density and can't see how that makes sense. So yes, sorry to go on and on, because I know it's the end of the night and it's long, but there's a lot with housing, and I am concerned about how do we stop people from losing their homes, and how do we prevent homelessness, how do we work with our partners, how do we bring in more resources, how do we get to the below market rate, and how do we get to the missing middle? And I think sometimes I look at the missing middle, there are some students that are recent graduates, so they're not students anymore, some recent students that are in a laundry room in San Francisco for $7,500. So when I look at how do we extricate people from being squished into their home or their housing, and into just something that they can live, even if it's a 300 square foot unit, I'm looking at how do we extricate people and not end up having people living in laundry closets, mud rooms, whatever you want to call them, for $7,000. That's what I don't want us to get to, and that scares the heck out of me, because I already know what people are spending, and it's already unsafe housing at times. It's already too many people squished in, and it's not just students. It is people that are grown. I have been in the same situation as a grown professional. So I look at this and I just want people to know, I am not just talking about students. I'm talking about many people in our community that are struggling and not living in safe housing. And so I want us to figure out how do we help. City Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So we've taken, I know I've seen Timmy and others take a lot of notes tonight. What we're trying to figure out is we try to get to 3. Where are 3 of you where there's consensus? So I had a chance to caucus with Amy McDonald, and so maybe she can lay out something that we might come back with as part of our supplemental budget to kind of tease out what the next steps are in terms of short, medium, and long-term work program items.
Thank you. So certainly a lot of what we've discussed are things that will take quite some time, but also, you know, we would ordinarily, I think, bring forward during our financial plan process and work planning process. That said, you know, I think we did identify some items in our attachments that are kind of maybe lower hanging fruit that are things we would be working on anyway. And so as Mr. Johnson mentioned, we have been taking a lot of notes. We think what we'd like to do is prepare essentially a table. Love a good table, really helps kind of push everything down into something condensed and digestible, and bring it forward to let you know what we've heard and what, as staff, we believe we'll be able to accomplish. Budget time is always a great idea. Not only we will be updating you all on where we're at with our current work planning items, and this will kind of, I'm thinking, slot right in to let you know what we think we can accomplish now, and then it'll help set up the conversation as well when we start going through our goal setting and work planning process for the next financial plan. So if that sounds good, I think that might be a good approach, if that sounds okay to you all.
I love a good table as well, and I think that helps us with the trade-offs or the priorities. And I think as you put that into a table, is there something that will be a category or a column of required, knowing that there are some things that we have to do versus things that we wish to do, I think are important for the community to see as well.
Right, sure, certainly. And some of them we've highlighted as needed changes to comply with state legislation. It's nice when sometimes they correspond really well with things we want to do anyway. And so those will be easier for us to identify. And then there'll be other categories, I think, that are, you know, if we look at, say, our capacity as I don't know why I keep thinking of a sandwich. I'm hungry. There's a piece in there that we have more flexibility to work within, and then you can allocate perhaps that remaining capacity among some of the things that we know we are above and beyond what we have to do.
Perfect. Thank you, City Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And so we'll bring that back, or the team will bring that back as part of supplemental budget. You know, one editorial comment that I would make is that, you know, I think some of the speakers spoke to this tonight about how transformative and how catalyzing the loose update was in terms of positioning us to get to a place where we are a pro-housing city. You know, from my vantage point, I see that inventory kind of waning. And so if we're going to continue to make progress, we're going to have to do some big policy items as well, whether that's Mid-Higuera, Upper Monterey, Margarita area, flexible density, height. You know, those are the ones that immediately come to mind. And I'm sure my friend, Director Tway, is looking at me going, how is this all going to happen? You know, and so I'm being mindful that, again, I won't be here for that. I think the council would be wise to think about, you know, some positions for long-range planning and allocating some planners to work with a consultant to do some real focus policy work, because that's what it's going to take. This isn't just going to happen, you know, when time's available. You know, all of Ms. Tway's talented team is tied up in either the work programs that you've already assigned, or to just making sure that we're being thoughtful and moving the projects through the entitlement process. And so they've got their hands full. And I think we need to think about long-range planning as an investment in the city. You know, so, you know, I could imagine, you know, the council being as bold to say, hey, you know, infrastructure also includes, you know, doing an update of our policy documents as well. Do you pull some money from the Infrastructure Investment Fund and do a focused update for Monterey and Mid-Higuera, for example? You know, that will pay dividends in the long run. So on the other issues, as you've talked about tonight, in terms of find that an elusive, dedicated stream of financing for affordable housing. I think that Councilmember Pease has picked up on probably some, palatable direction. And I think that is to Ms. Lewis's comments earlier, is probably a regional discussion, because until this state, this region, city finds, a consistent funding source, a lot of these projects are going to be at the whims of, state and federal dollars, which, ebbs and flows. I've had a lot of conversation. I don't know if Scott's still here. I think maybe he headed home for the night, but we have more projects than we have funding. That's the only thing that's holding us up. And we know the need is really great. And we heard a lot about homelessness, for example, tonight, and different ideas to address homelessness. And the best way to address that is through a lot of the projects that we have on the books that are already entitled. And it's a shame that they have to wait in line because the need is so grave. And so I would encourage the council to be very bold in the forums that you're a part of, and with your partners in the development and business community, to make the real case that, hey, we need some funding if we're going to make this happen. And I don't see the state or the feds really coming to our rescue anytime soon.
Thank you very much. And I still think about back to the redevelopment agency days, is could we just buy something downtown and put all the people in it, and that'd be lovely, but we know we're not there right now financially. So I think we don't need to vote on anything because that was a study session. So I want to say thank you so much, Daisy and Teresa, did you have something else you wanted to add?
No,
You have to press your button.
I just wonder if we've thoroughly confused you, if there's anything else you need from us. No? You feel like you have enough?
I think Whitney was going to put the table together, which will then, she'll come back to us all.
Then we'll have more concrete.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I just want to say thank you very much, Daisy, Teresa, and Timmy. Really appreciate all of your time and this really thorough experience. So. And last but not least, we have our liaison reports. And I do want to state that I went on February 22nd and 23rd to the Cal Cities statewide board meeting with our attorney, City Attorney Christine Dietrich. And that was paid for by both the city and by Cal Cities. So it was a really great experience, though, really being able to learn a lot about the different legislative changes that are coming down the pike and how it's going to affect us. Also was able to share some of those changes with the Channel Counties Division at our dinner for the Tri-County. So that was a really good experience. I also wanted to thank Natalie Harnett and Greg Herman and Councilmember Shoresman. We are meeting with our subcommittee for the legislative platform, and looking forward to that coming back to the council. Lots of great work. And I also wanted to thank all of the people in the community who are applying for our advisory body committees. We've been doing interviews, and it just, again, just rejuvenates me that we have so many awesome people that are dedicated and committed to our city. And then lastly, I got to attend CL Smith on the 21st, and I believe Bishop's Peak is coming tomorrow. And just really fun to see all the young people there, about second, third, and fourth grades, asking us questions about how do you get on city council? What does that look like? What do you do? What is your average day? So a lot of fun, and I hope that you are all doing something similar. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Well, I attended a Central Coast Community Energy meeting on the 21st, along with Don Ortiz-Legg and Jim Guthrie, who's the Pismo representative. The news is that 3CE has purchased a building at 1042 Palm Street, right across from the courthouse. And so they're going to move all their staff there. And it's the first of several regional, what they want to do is make kind of like regional hubs, so they have more staff and community involvement. They wanted to be in the downtown. They wanted to, they've been around San Luis enough that they know there's a lot of conversations that happen just on the sidewalk. You know, you're going to get a sandwich and you meet somebody. So anyway, so the escrow closed. They bought it from Steve Senton's trust. And also 3CE has their annual report. I've got a hard copy right now. They just sent me one. But it's also online, so I'll send you the link. It's all good news. And the CPUC, the California Public Utilities Commission, has finally approved the county and the city of Atascadero from joining 3CE. And when that happens, that's going to be coming up, I believe January of 2025 is coming up. So there's a whole lot of work that has to be done. It's called like resource adequacy, in order to make sure that 3CE has got the resources to purchase the power to expand. But once those two entities are part of it, that's going to be it. There's not going to be any more expansion. So then it's a question of dealing with the ups and downs of the energy market. And I also wanted to report that I was in Costco the other day and I saw the new bins that have all three categories, including the organic. So I'll send you all a photo of, I took a picture. Some people take pictures of their grandkids or their dogs. I take pictures of recycling bins, but no, so IWMA is making headways in terms of enforcing SB 1383, and especially making the big, the grocery stores, and the big food outlets, and working toward hospitals and schools, and then, in terms of, besides everything else, edible food reuse, to get the edible food to the food bank. And so that's the big push. So we got a huge grant. I forgot $1.5 million to work with edible food. So things are going well. So that's all I have on that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Pease.
The big one I wanted to share that was that Attorney General Rob Bonta was in town, thanks to some preliminary conversations that Mayor Stewart had, and it was really an exceptional event that Nestor Veloz Pasalacqua, our DEI manager, assembled a great group, and the city manager was there, and Chief Scott was there, and then Transitions Mental Health, Restorative Partners, Diversity Coalition, Latino Outreach Council, NAACP, Undocu Support, and just representatives that were just sharing their experiences with and concerns about safety and public safety in kind of a macro kind of way. And Rob Bonta was he was awesome. He was appreciated being there and had great feedback for us. So that's what I did.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you. On the 22nd of February, I got to go up to the Nacimiento Commission and we approved the budget items for the temporary repair and the permanent repair. Whoa. Yay! So this is big news, very exciting. I got to, on the 26th, attend the Festival Mosaic lineup with Vice Mayor Pease, which was very exciting. Getting excited for their festival this summer. And we finished the advisory body interviews. Congratulations, everybody. And that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Schwarzman.
Yep, I was just gonna say, I think Councilmember Francis and I got to high five like right at the end of all the advisory body interviews. Finished up on the last day. Looking forward to making those appointments on March 19th. And also attended with two of you, the Cal Cities Channel County's dinner down in Buellton. So always good to see all of the council members and staff from our neighboring jurisdictions.
Well, thank you so much, and looking forward to having a wonderful evening. Hope you have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you back here at 10:20. We'll see you back here on March 19th.